so that this one is ready for painting this afternoon.
Yeah.
Hopefully it goes together and stays together while we're doing some other stuff.
Right. Well, if I can say good morning to Gareth and Tony, and if you can see me, can you just sort of give me a thumbs up?
I guess the more important is can they see the demonstration?
Yeah, yes. Well, they should be able. It's just a case of, in order to see you clearly, they need to go on on speaker view. That Gareth, can you hear me? Can you just nod if you can hear me? Right. You are muted, Gary. So we're asking all participants, if they want to ask questions, to use the chat function at the bottom of your screen. If you just click on that, it will give you a pop-up where it will say everyone, and you type your question in and just press return, and we will see it.
Well, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. So we've got the, I've just been putting the second ducket on this brake coach, and
yes,
it's got some paint on one side, but not the other side. So what I'm going to do this afternoon is give you a little bit of how it builds up a second coat, and then we'll show you how we could quickly put a first coat on that side. But for now,
can I just interrupt you?
You can. I was just giving a commentary on the pictures. That was all, Richard. Keep going.
Right, fine. Gareth,
yes,
that's where you ask. That's how you ask questions, by typing them in, and we pick the questions up. And at points in time, Anthony will respond with answers when we get a convenient break point in his demonstration. Is that okay? Right.
And you can hear me.
Yes. We do ask you to mute yourself, because we don't want extraneous background noise from everybody. And you found Speaker View, so it's best to get that, because that gives you a full screen when Anthony does his demonstration. The one thing I do need to tell you is that we are recording this session, and later on it will be made available for 2 weeks on the Guild website, so people can pick it up. But if you can stay on Speaker View, that's delightful. And you ask questions through the chat function, and periodically we will, at proper intervals, we will pick those up. Is that okay? I'm going to have to repeat this again sort of in a minute or two when other people join us as well. If we give it a couple of minutes, and then we'll start the live demonstration by Tony.
Good stuff. What I've been able to do, Richard, I've been able to put the picture on one screen and put the chat on a screen that's closer to me, so I can read it a little bit better.
Okay, fair enough.
That's worked quite well.
Right. Right.
Just making sure that today I clean out the glue tube properly.
Right.
Before I leave it.
We've got 2 more folks joined us. Welcome.
Hi, Dorothy. It's Richard.
Good morning. We've got a lady and a gentleman joined us.
Yeah. I know Richard.
You know him, right? We're asking you to stay muted, folks, so that we don't get extraneous noise coming through. Somebody with a noisy washing machine, or a dog that's barking, or children or grandchildren yelling at you in the background. So if you want to ask a question, can you use the chat function? You'll see at the bottom of your screen there's a toolbar, and about in the middle of it there's something that says chat. If you click on that, it will open up a text box, and down at the bottom it says "to everyone," which is and just below that, if you type in your questions as and when you have them, and just press enter, we'll pick those up, and at suitable points in the demonstration, we'll answer the questions from everybody. The other thing is, we invite you to go on to speaker view, which is at the top right-hand corner of your screen. There will be a little box that says view in it. And if you click on that, you'll get the choice of gallery or speaker. And if you select speaker, that means that you will see a full screen version of the person who is actually talking to you. At the moment, you'll have me, but when Anthony starts doing his demonstration, you'll get a large picture of him and be able to see exactly what he's doing. The other thing I have to tell you is that we are recording this demonstration, and it will be made available to the general public later on for 2 weeks after the show, so that people can come and have a look at all the things that have been going on. If you're happy with that, if you give me a thumbs up, then I'll know that you've understood. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right, good, thank you. Right, Anthony, over to you, brother.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Carl. How are you? You good? Excellent, excellent. Oh dear, I do miss those workshops coming around to your house on a Friday night. Right, okay, so what I'm going to do today, the plan is that I'm going to build a coach. I'm going to build one of the Poppy's Woodtech range, and the one I've chosen today that I'm opening the packet here is a Northeastern third coach, all third. We've got a Northeastern brake coach this afternoon that I'm going to do some painting on, so that might be useful for somebody. And if we get a chance during the day, I'm going to have a go at building the etched chassis that we sell for going with the coach as well. Now that sounds like an awful lot, but we'll just see how much progress we can make. So I've got the instructions. That's great. And what have we got in the kit? We've got some beading frets. Now, which camera are we on? We're on that camera. Okay, we've got some beading frets, and we've got some body sides. We've got some ends in the kit, and we've got a roof panel, which is cut on one side, but not cut on the other side. So we'll get round to that in a little bit. Also in the kit, we've got some interior seating, which is also part of the construction of the body. And we've got some compartment sides, and we've got a floor. So that's the whole of the kit, and it should be the whole of the body. So some of these parts are already detached, and some of them are needed straight away, and other ones are not. So I'm going to put the sides over there for now, and the beading frets. To start with the ends, and then we're going to go on and do the carcass, which is going to give us some structure, and it'll give us something to look at and prove we've been doing something. If anybody wants to ask questions, they can do so at any time on the chat. I'll try and keep an eye on what's going on. I know Richard's doing that as well. And we'll see where we get to. So the glue that I'm using is superphatic glue. Let's see if we can switch to the close-up camera now you've seen me. Right, okay. The glue that I'm using is superphatic glue. It's it's like a PVA in as much as it's suitable for wood, but its grab time is much quicker, and you'll see that as we go through. It just allows you to make progress and move quickly. I don't know about you, but I sort of get impatient sometimes waiting for things to dry and things. You want to see something going together. So that's going to help us. Now, the thing about this glue is it's not going to set hard straight away. It's going to be a little bit rubbery, and it's going to give us chance with some of the more robust components anyway. It's going to give us the chance to take things apart and start again if we need to. So with the beading, what I'm going to do is just pick a good side, the side that I prefer, and just let capillary action run. Bead of glue all the way around. Now this bottle of glue is a little bit old because I bought a batch. That's the third end. Should have put that out first. Normally when you buy it, you would expect it to be sort of like a creamy colour, but this one's gone brown, but it still works fine. It still works fine. I think the thing we need to remember is that if we're used to using metal or plastic, then wood's quite different. You know, it's going to be a little bit absorbent. It's got a texture to it, and the texture's going to grab. Does it need to be absolutely pure clean? Well, it doesn't need grease and oil on it, obviously, but if it's a little bit dirty or a little bit grubby, it doesn't matter. And what I've done there is I've glued it on the plain side and not the planked side, which will go inside the cabin. And I've glued it centrally, so I've left a little bit of a recess down this side, which will fit over the end. The end will fit into that. But it's flush at the bottom, so that it's left two of these little tag marks for the floor to fit in, and it's flush all the way across the top for the roof. Yeah, so that's one side done, one end done. Put this one out first. What you'll see is during the demonstration, my fingers will get grubbier, and that's because of the soot off the cut marks. But that's all it is, it's a bit of soot. You can remove it. Things like the fencing kits that have a lot of cuts in them, you could brush them up with a toothbrush or something like that to remove a lot of the soot. And you might say, well, why is the soot? I haven't seen soot on other laser cut products. And the soot's because it's not actually the wood that's burnt away to make the shapes. What's black is the glue line. So what we're using here is an exterior glue. Can't see that, can you? Yeah. What we're using here is an exterior glue, which burns differently to an interior glue, and it leaves a black mark. But we use the same product for doing fences and other kit items that could be subject to moisture, could be outside or whatever. So I think it's a good thing for us to do. Doesn't need a special type of glue, doesn't need anything different in that respect, but it's just a little bit more robust product. And I think with the popularity of laser things, more thicknesses of interior glue are becoming available, but they certainly didn't used to be. So that's why there's a black line on there. If I show you the edge of a Poppy's ruler, you can see that sort of a brown edge on it, and that's the difference in the glue. So this is only interior glue, and this is an exterior glue. Okay, so there's 2 ends done and they're drying. So the next piece we're going to do is the floor, and we've got a bottom and a top. The bottom's got some tells you what it is when you've made it, but it's also got a few marks on that will help you to locate the centers of the etched flooring we do and centers of the axle lines as well. So that's that side, and then we've got some planking on the compartment floors. So what we're going to do, we're going to put the compartment sides in the centers like that. I'm going to just cut out the seating pieces, which are also going to go into the slots on the floor. And they'll help to keep the body rigid as well. Now, like a lot of our kits, it's a bit like an etched brass kit in as much as the pieces are cut out, except for the final little 0.5 millimeter. So that needs just releasing from the fret, one on each side. And you can use a craft knife for this. I'm going to try and be a little bit quicker and a little bit heavier on these interior parts. Use a Stanley knife that will just go straight through it. And you can do that with this. This material has got a lot of energy left in it. It's birch plywood, which you may or may not be familiar with. And birch plywood is pretty robust. It's going to take a lot of abuse. These are components made out of 1.5 millimeter plywood. When you get down to the 0.8 millimeter and you start cutting it into the small sizes for the frets, you need to be a lot more careful with that, but it's still strong. It's just not strong in every dimension. But you can crunch your way through this in a rather more fast way than you could an etched brass kit if you're doing that. And if I was being a bit methodical, they would be dropping out even quicker. So 26 peeps. Hello, 26 peeps. And if you want to know anything, don't be afraid. You can ask questions at any time. We've got a chat facility open, so even though you're on mute, don't be on the other side of the fence. Now, 1 or 2 of the little tag marks, just to make sure they don't compromise the assembly. I'm just taking the little edgy pieces off, but it's all interior. It's constructional, so doesn't need to be ever so precise. the better. Right, we've got a bundle of seat pieces there. We've got some little pieces in here as well. Now these smaller pieces, all we're going to do in the coach is put some bench seats in, and the front of the bench seat is going to go through the floor, but the back of the bench seat is just going to rest against the wall. So to support the back of the seat, we're going to make up some little supports for those. Again, it's totally hidden as soon as we've done it, so we don't need to be so accurate. Is this interesting for everybody? Is this a good pace? I was thinking earlier in the week, not having done anything like this before. Obviously, you guys don't want to be sort of watching glue dry or anything silly like that. It's always good, I guess, to be watching something happen. And maybe at the end of the day, we'll end up with something that's recognizable as a product we can continue with and run on a layout. Maybe in some demonstrations, you're just looking at samples of things being done, and it doesn't turn into a model as such on the day. So my ambition was to try and make a model in the day. Whether we'll get to that, I'm not sure. But anyway, we'll keep going. Right, okay, so that's all of those pieces. Let's go in the bin as well. Right, good. Glue time. Now, I'm just going to do this with a little dab of glue on each end, and they just slot together like that. Don't need to be too accurate, and then they'll be ready for when we need them. So we've cut out pieces for 3 compartments already. We've got 5 compartments in the coach. So we'll do this bit, and then I'll cut out the others, and we'll do those bits. Gareth's asking, can you buy coach seats individually? Absolutely. Absolutely. We've done that for other customers as well. They've seen the coaches in a built-up example on the exhibition stand, and approached us afterwards and said, can you? Yes, thank you. Can we buy the seats individually? Yes, you can. They're sort of a standard size, I guess. But if you've got individual requirements, then we can accommodate that as well. It's one of the beauties of the laser technology There we go. That, you know, if you're doing a brass etch kit, you have to send the drawings off and they have to be etched. And if you want a new set doing, then it's a change you need to make. On the laser machine, I can change things more readily. So if you've got a special requirement, we could accommodate that. Okay, so those are done. Those will be ready when we need them. So we've got the floor. We've got the 5 compartment dividers. It says compartment divider on them. In case you take everything apart, and this one says 3rd end on it. Okay, so that's the end of the compartment, but it won't fit anyway. It won't fit anyway. Just to help you navigate around. So no real need to test the fit and stuff like that, but it's going to give you an idea how it goes. All of our kits have been through a fairly extensive prototyping and test build, so there's nothing for people to really worry about on that score. They will go together. So what I'm going to do is just glue the bottom of the compartment and put that in there. Glue the bottom of that seat front and pop it in there. So that's all I'm going to do for the time being. I'm just going to let these have a chance to go on set and do that sort of thing. Now, need to obviously check that these are upright. A little bit over center and push it back. So that's good. And then as long as we don't catch anything, we can carry on. And photos. Definitely, John. If you've got photos or anything like that of the prototypes or ones you've built, we have a customer section on the website. So always happy if you are to show your good work of the models you've made. That's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. And we're just going to work our way along. Yeah. Now, just one thing I thought of, thinking about Gareth's question on the seats. One of the things I've come across during lockdown is most of a kit for a Midland 60-foot 3rd coach. Is that right, Richard? 3rd? Or is it 3rd composite? I'm not sure. Maybe both were there. But anyway, this kit was sort of basically floor, sides and ends. And I thought, well, I don't feel aggrieved about not having a roof because I think I can do one of those. But it was the interior that sort of fascinated me, because I thought, well, it's just a basic interior. What am I going to do about that? Because I could just slip in a false floor with some partitions in that would help support the roof anyway. And it would put seats in. So I think that's what I'm going to do. It just demonstrates to you guys that, you know, once you've got a pattern for something, it needn't just be a pattern for that one thing. It can be adapted and adopted into any sort of combination. I guess it's something that I always sort of struggled with building coaches, putting the interiors in and knowing that it was going to fit and all that sort of stuff. So now we've got the technology, we can do something about it. Okay, so that's got the center pieces in there. We've got the seat centers in, and we've got the compartments in. None of them look like they're sagged, so that should be good. And what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to cut out the other seat pieces while those bits dry a little bit. Don't need to dry a lot. And you notice we've got this is the cut side on the edge on the kit piece. Edge, call it an edge, I don't know, frame, which has got the seat planking on it, and it's the side it's cut from. But on the other side, you can see the tags a lot more clearly. They're a lot more obvious. So that's the side I'm cutting from to get the pieces out. And it does look a little bit different. It does look a little bit different. Part of the reason for that, if anybody's interested in the technology we're using, part of the reason for that is that the laser beam, which is a light beam that cuts through this, is not a parallel beam. So it's a light beam that is directed by mirrors and a moving head. But to get the intensity of heat into a single point so that it can cut it into the shapes we desire, the beam is transformed from a parallel beam traveling around the laser machine into a conical beam by a lens. And it's the coning of the lens that concentrates the heat where we want it to be able to cut the shapes and cut through. Now, because it's a cone, it's not going to be a parallel cut through the wood. So the neatest way for me to achieve the best results for you is to focus it at a set distance from the top surface, and then it's a smaller beam coming out the other side. But it needs to be that focus at the beginning on the surface so that it cuts it efficiently. Okay. So these are just the other sets of seats for the other two compartments. Just having to loosen those because the laser hasn't cut all the way through on those. Almost everything, but not the final little piece. Just a few fibres holding it together, and because the birch is quite a hard wood, it will hang on with those last little fibres. And it's just hanging on with these few little pieces. Now, you might say, well, why don't you just turn up the machine? Well, it's a good question. It's a good question. We can turn up the machine. We can't turn it up while it's cutting a job. So we'd have to stop the job and start the job again with cutting it in different places, different ways. But also the hotter that you run it to make sure that it does come through, the more, well, in this case, the more cut line you're going to get on the surface. And you're not necessarily going to look for something that's constructional to be pretty, but most of the things you want to be presentable. So we do try and keep the cut as fine as we can, as economical as we can, because it improves the quality of the product. The other thing that impacts on how successful we are is the quality of the plywood. Now, when you go and buy plywood, the quality is determined by the surface veneers. Okay, so the quality of the surface veneers is something like no gaps and holes allowed, only so many knots per square meter, that sort of thing. And that's what you would buy it on, because it's inevitably it's going to be the faces of the plywood that you're interested in. But what you can't see, and what wouldn't normally be of interest to buyers of plywood, is what's in the centre veneers. And the quality of the centre veneers can impact on what we're doing, because we presume that there's a equal quality of veneer in the center of the plywood, but if there's a knot or something like that, then it just doesn't cut, because it's a lot more dense and the beam doesn't cut through it. Equally, if that piece of wood in that veneer is a little bit more dense, then we can get that little fibers hanging on at the end. We just need to release it from the fret. That's all we need to do. Nothing wrong with the size of the product, nothing wrong with what's being cut. It's just that the beam wasn't strong enough at that time to go through that piece of wood. Okay, nearly there. That's all the seat pieces done. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put these other 4 seat supports in the floor, and then we'll have a look at the ends. What was both, Richard? Did I ask a question? Not many questions. Okay. Now what I've done on that one is I put a little bit much wood glue on there, so I'm just going to use the next piece just to swipe some of the glue off and pop it in there. In fact, I'm going to put that one that way around because that's where the glue is, and it glue is now hidden, and put a little bit more glue on this one. And I guess this is what you would do. I mean, yeah, you can unsolder the stuff and put it back together, I suppose, can't you? And you can get plastic apart if you're quick. But that looks pretty good. Ah, both sorts of coach. Thank you, Richard. Right. Okay. How are we doing for questions? Everybody happy? Good. Right. Now, nice to have this around. I did warn early arrivals that my fingers will get more and more black, but it is a removable glue. You know, when I go for something to eat or have lunch or something like that, I just get a like a pan scrubber or something like that, something like this, and just run my fingers around there, and that will remove any glue deposits on my fingers. So don't worry about it being permanent or sticking to lunch. Okay, so we've got a floor panel done. We've got some side, got some compartment dividers in. We've got sides to do. We've got the ends to put on, and we've got the seats to put in. So let's have a look and see what we've got. Now these seats, I don't know whether you can see on there. There's a slight tumble home on the bottom of the compartment dividers, and there's a slight tumble home on the seat supports, and they'll just help us to glue that tumble home in place and to keep it in place while the glue dries. And we've got a couple of techniques we can show you with that. That'll come in a little bit later on. Shall we have a go? We'll have a go with these. So what I'm just going to do is we've done the crucifix pieces for underneath the seats. So what I'm just going to do is pop a drop of glue on the bottom of there, and they are only supports, so they're not as wide as the coach body. They're not meant to be. They're just going to support the back of the seat to stop it dropping, and you'll see how it goes together. Okay, so that's like that. I'll do it posh way, put some tweezers on it, move the glue out of the way, and just pop it in there like that. Okay, pick it up with tweezers. Oops. Droopy glue. for something like this, where you've got small pieces to put glue onto, one of my favourite little tools is in the workshop is a Pringle lid. Okay, so what you can do is you can just put a dollop of glue on the Pringle lid, and 1, 2, in it goes. One, 2, in it goes. 1, 2, in it goes. 1, 2, and it goes. That was really quite easy. What I'm going to do, I think what I'm going to do next is to put the seat tops on the ones we've done, and then we'll put the ends on. The ends will just fit into that little slot on there, and then we'll move on to something else and let that just settle down. Okay, just got a little bit of measure on there, and I think this one again, you know, I'm quite confident that the glue has been in place on all these things long enough to allow us to pick it up, handle it, move it around. And again, it's not a huge amount of glue, but I'm just letting capillary action pull it out of the mouth. Ooh, a bit extra on there. As I'm moving along the component. That's all we're doing. And if you think it looks a bit dry at the other end that you started on, you can just refresh it. The glue's quite happy to do that. You'll see that again, probably when we do the beading for the couch. Okay, fit that between the glue drops, and we just need to fit it in. Now these seat tops are planned to be the same width as the compartment, so we do just need to make sure that they're as central as we can make them. A bit of a measure on the end. Because if we don't, they'll help to make the coach side a little bit wobbly if you look along its length. I was just feeling for little sticky out bits. That glue dried before I got there. So I'm just going to recoat this one. Let the glue run along the edge. Okay. Good. I say this glue is fairly quick to grab, so I'm fairly confident we can do that, and everything's going to be fine. We'll just have a quick tweak and double check, make sure everything is as upright as we would wish it to be. So the glue's not going to set hard for a little while, a few days. So we've got chance to move things around, take things apart if we really need to. So it doesn't get lost, I'm going to put that one on there and that one on there. And let's have a look at the ends. Now the ends are going to be a little bit more tricky because we're just going to ask them to sort of stand up in midair. So I'm going to use a set square to help them, and then we'll put that to one side and leave it to dry. Okay, how are we doing? Any questions? Okay. Okay. Good. Right. I see we've got people coming and going all the time, so if you didn't hear us say so already, well, you can ask questions at any time on the chat. Very happy to answer questions. Right, okay, so what I'm going to do, it's going to be a little bit off camera so that we can continue. I'm going to glue the ends, and I'm going to support them inside and outside like this. Support them inside with the little crucifix, support them outside with the square. And I'm going to do that here, just off camera, and we're going to let that dry. And then next time we come back to this piece, we'll have a look at putting the sides on and then the beading. And then we've made some good progress. The next piece we're going to do is we're going to have a look at the roof, which is quite a fascinating piece of thing to do. Right, other end. So, if you just excuse me for a minute. It almost hung on there, didn't it? Okay, that's one end on. Now, because I'm doing this on a cutting mat, and the glue's happy to be in contact with the cutting mat, it's not going to do anything silly, but it's not going to stick to it. So we don't need to worry about any extra glue on the bottom at this point. Should have said that to you when we were doing the compartments. Anyway, still counts at the moment. So what I'm just doing is I'm putting the second side on, just lining up that seat support, and the second square out. Making sure it's actually in place on top of the slot and not at the side of it. That should be okay. There we go. I think I'm just gonna. Lean a bit of timber, yeah. Doesn't matter whether it's real life or modeling. Lean a bit of timber against it and hold it against the square. That's all right. Good. Okay. So, any questions? Okay. If a piece breaks or splits, can you just joint it together and glue it? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Good question. Good question. Yeah, absolutely you can. Absolutely. It's just wood. Glue it together. Glue it together. The kits and the construction methods help you to put it together in a predictable way they go together in a, you know, like a jigsaw, really. But if anything fails, if anything breaks, then absolutely, just do that. That's good. And that's a very relevant question for the next piece we're going to do, which is to talk about the roofs. Now, the first thing we're going to do, and I'm going to do a bit of a Blue Peter job with you, is to say that with every order for coach, you get a cradle. Okay, and every cradle is different. So that one's a little bit more curvy. That's for the horse box. That one's not so curvy. That one's for the Highland coaches, and this one's a Northeastern one, which I think is the same as that one. Yeah. So this is a fairly essential piece of kit when we're putting the coach roofs together, because they are quite delicate. They are quite delicate. This is one of the things where we can make your job pretty easy, but there are a little set of instructions that say, please do it like this. So cradle is probably the first thing you're going to build. And what I'm doing here is I'm cutting out the frame that we're going to glue the roof panel onto. And you can be assured that they're fairly well designed, and they're not going to be different, but to make things mistake proof, we've got a little symbol on each of the ribs, which is, you can call it what you want, whether it's a coat hook or it's a ventilator or whatever. It was just better than putting something this side or that side or whatever. And that's just going to help you to align all the pieces the same way, so that if somehow there's a bit of flex got into it, you're not going to have any twists in the roof. And the same applies to the cradle. You know, there's a little poppy on there to help you get them all the same way around. This is just cutting pieces out the fret again. I think some of the very first laser kits that came out, including some of ours, and we still do some like it, like the ballast box, for example, we just ship as a set of parts. But I think getting the bag of bits and saying, you know, here's a bag of bits is not very good. If things are grouped together logically, and you know, we used to brass etch things as well, aren't we? So what I've got here is 3 roof stringers, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ribs. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to make them together into a frame that's going to look like that. Okay, and then we're going to use the cradle to form the roof. Okay, and this is the coach of the same type we're making now that we made earlier. This is one that's been on the stand and toured with us. Okay, so that's what we're going to try and make. Here we go. Now we've still got some glue on this little dish lid here. I wonder if we can use this. It's not going to sit well, is it? So I think what we're going to do is we're going to start with the center rib, and we're going to line that up, and then we'll put the other 2 sides on. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the center centre stringer. There we go. Nicely seated in. Make sure we've got all the ventilators on the same side. Okay, that's good. Now, because of the coach we're doing, which is 5-compartment third, geometric from end to end, it doesn't matter which way round we put these stringers. The horse boxes are the same, they're geometric end to end, but the brake coach that some of you might have seen me doing earlier on, looking at the good guards duckets, that is different end to end, so you just need to make sure. It'd be pretty obvious really if you haven't got the pieces in the right place. Just going to trim the end of that one. You'll see why in a minute. Okay. Put my tripsy glue over there. We might catch them for next time. Right. There we go. Nicely down. Now I know I'm doing this on a flat surface because underneath the cutting mat I've got a worktop, like a kitchen worktop. So I know that's flat, but I can feel it's gone down. It's level, it's not rocking, there's no kinks or anything underneath. So that's pretty good. Now, and yeah, I guess the other thing, I was just thinking about getting a square out to check it was square, but because I'm doing it on a cutting mat, it's got a grid on it. So yeah, it just went together fairly easy. Now what I'm going to do now is put the ends on, but they don't fit into a slot, they fit into the end. So they're just going to be a little bit vulnerable in the same way that the ends of the coach body were. Just going to put some glue on there. And there. That's nicely seated in the end. Got all the ventilators lined up, so that's good. Double check. Keep getting little bubbles. Just, you can't really see whether you've got sufficient glue on it or not. Now the thing about the frame is we've got to make sure it's fairly secure, but equally we need to make sure that we don't get glue sticking out the end too much. Because it's the frame is a fairly tight fit inside the body, and it will stop the roof fitting nicely and could mislead you into thinking, oh crikey, I've got to take some off here or some off there or some off there, and it's not really what you want to do. Okay. Good. So that's the roof frame done. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put that to one side to have a little think about what to do next. I think I'd like to leave the sides a little bit longer, sorry, the floor a little bit longer before we put the sides in. But I will just show you what I was talking about while we use the cradle. So birch plywood is the roof panels are 1/8 of an inch thick, 1/8 of a millimeter thick, and we've cut through on one side but not on the other. Okay, and we've almost cut through. You can see there, I think you can see some lines. Yeah, and that's going to be the shadow of the glue line of the second veneer. All right, now at this end of the coach, it's not so obvious. In fact, when you get towards this end, it's not really there. And that's because of the density of the wood. It's changed, not necessarily this way, but the density of the center veneer, which is running this way, will have changed. So it's not quite so much through there. It's not going to stop us doing what we need to do, but just to explain to you that even though we've cut 2/3 of the way through 1/8 of an inch plywood, there's still a lot of energy there, and it wants to stay straight. There's no doubt about that. So in the instructions, what we say to you is don't push it with your fingers, because what you're doing there is you're loading a point pressure which could crack it. Okay, you could make planks yourself. Somebody asked about, can you glue it back together again? This is when you might need to. Yeah. If it goes a bit wrong. Now I'll use this preformed roof to show you because the frame isn't dry yet. And what we're going to do with the frame is we're just going to place it in the center. We can have a little test. It's no problem. But what we're doing here is we're not pushing with a finger in one point. We're using the whole of the frame to distribute the pressure. Yeah. So we can see, yeah, that looks okay. That's how it's going to go. That's fine. And then what we do is, when it's dried, we'll take the frame and we'll glue the frame top, line it up centrally, and then drop it in and weight it. And typically what I would use is 3-4 cans of baked beans, that sort of weight, because there's a lot of energy left in that wood. Okay, and I would think about leaving it overnight. It's probably a good idea to leave it overnight, and then in the morning, looks fine, it looks great, but then run a fillet of glue on the inside of all the joints. Yeah, put it back in the frame and leave it to dry, because you want it to stay affixed to the frame. You want it to be one panel, you want it to be straight and be predictable, and that's what it'll be. You know, it's got a little bit of twist in it, a little bit of flex in it, but there's no danger of it coming apart. So that's why you need to be a little bit careful with the roof panel, and how I would recommend that you glue it together. So when the frame's dried, we'll do this one, but we'll leave it weighted overnight, and we'll use this one to continue with the build when we've put the other body together. Okay. How about questions? Either I'm a magician and you're all so fiberglassed, or You're not thinking of questions? I don't know. It's very quiet. Okay. So that we'll put to one side for a minute. Yes, well, he's not. Okay, somebody's just asking about the formers fitting the same way. I mean, what I've done is I've given you a marker there to make sure that you have an opportunity to put them all the same way. It's advised you put them the same way. If you don't, it's not a huge deal because it's a geometrically similar part. Yeah, but you can see on there that all the parts are the same, facing the same way. And you know that it's the same on the cradle. You know, you put the cradle together how it's intended to go together. So that's that piece. Right, let me just clean this up a little bit. Just got this damp rag to keep my fingers from being sticky and pulling things apart. Can do. Right, so that's the roof panel, and we'll do that in a minute when the cradle's dried. And let's have a look at the roof body again. What did I do with the sides? So again, this is one that we're planning to do. This is the coach body we're trying to put together. We've done the interior already, done the ends, we've done the carcass, and we're just going to put the sides on. Now, to help me with the sides, I'm not going to say my glamorous assistant or anything like that. We're not going to put beads on just yet. We're going to let the sides settle down first. But what I am going to do is I've got the assistance of a bundle of rubber bands and things, and you know, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use the one that feels right to use, okay, because all of these are going to be a little bit different, but we're just going to help to hold it together, hold it in place while the glue dries. Okay, so fingers crossed things don't start falling apart with the side that we did about 30 minutes ago. It's stuck to the top. Right, there we are. So here's the side that we did a few minutes ago. Got the ends on as well now. And we put it on its side. And you'll see that we've got markings on the side that will show between the panels for the bottoms of the doors. On the opposite side, there isn't anything. So that's a bit of a clue which way round we're going to put it. And you'll also see that we've got some castellations, slots, whatever you want to call them, along the bottom of the carriage. And they're going to fit onto the slots on the floor. Okay, and when you put it together, they should be less noticeable than you would imagine because they're at the bottom of the doors. Okay, so we'll just have a little test. Make sure the side's going to go on, so it needs to go over the floor so the slots fit. And inside the ends. Put a different pair of glasses on so I can see what's going on. Yeah, that's okay. Doesn't need adjusting. The little bit of a quandary is that because we've been glued on one side of the plywood and not the other one, the floor's got a little bit of a bow in it, so the ends are going to be fine, but we need to make sure that the center of the floor is in the right place as well. So again, using capillary action between the slots, I'm just going to let a bit of glue run along the contact places. So down, not down the end of the end, but down that slot we made in the end. Now what I just spotted there is that this partition didn't go in all the way. So because the glue is a little bit flexible still, it's got a good grab, but it's good flexible as well. That's being able to be pushed in. Right, okay. Just use a little bit of capillary action there to run the glue around the place. Okay, so that's that bit, and we'll just put a little bit on the door bottoms as well. Now here we're going to take a little bit of a shortcut, because what it says in the instructions is do the flat piece first and then try and deal with the tumble home afterwards. But we're going to try and do it all in one go. And I hope it goes okay. So that side fits nicely between the ends. We've got the doors lined up with the slots. And that looks pretty good, except for the fact that the floor's a bit bent. Now, I've got some of these little clamps that I'm going to use just to help us while we're moving things around. These came from Aldi, but I think they're available fairly generally. And I'm just hoping that using this doesn't encourage anything else to fall off. So that should be okay for that end. That should be okay for that end. Now, how's that tumble home doing? Oops. Really what I want to do is just to hold the floor up to the sides with these, because of that little bit of a bow. That's good. That's good. Floor on there. Okay. Yeah. Good. Right. How are we doing? How are we doing? Not as good as this. Right. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it in a different clamp. A different clamp, which is something I would normally use for holding the tumble home. And it's just like a little sash cramp, really. And I'm going to use this with some sticks along the side, and just use them to hold the the coach sides together at the bottom. Is that wide enough? Not really. Now, we don't need to worry too much about the glue. I've got to work fairly swiftly. But it should be okay. And this will help to keep the floor flat as well. Okay. Thanks, Gareth. See you soon. This is where the jiggly bits comes in, isn't it? There we go. So that is definitely going to keep the tumble home in place at the bottom, but now the top of the sides has come out a little bit. So this is when we need the rubber bands in place to hold it together. So I'm just going to put a soft one on there for now. And then we'll prepare, I might not even put a soft one. We'll prepare the other side to make a box, and then we'll clamp it up properly and leave it over lunch. Right. Let's go for plan B. Second side on. Same method. Good. That's very nice. That's very nice. Okay. Over the edge of the workbench so I can get to the screws. Underneath, make sure everything looks okay. Needs a bit of adjustment. Not sure why. There we go, that's better. Right, now. I don't know if you can hear that or not, but the glue's wanting to stay, but it's just a little bit too springy for it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to refresh the glue with some capillary action down the compartment gaps. And it is just refreshing it. It's just adding a little bit more glue. It's running down where there's been glue already. I can see that. And no shame in putting a bit extra in the corners for strength. Yeah. And now we've got both sides in, we should be able to just, that's a strong one. Just pop those together. Make sure they're good. Well, that's kept the corners together. It looks really good. And just the centerpieces. Okay. So, very happy with that. The bottom's great. Gone together nicely. Corners are pretty good as well. Just need to keep these sides together. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get some more these two cramps back and use these just to hold it together. And when it says in the instructions, do the flat piece first and then do the tumble home, we know it means it. Right. Never mind. Right. How's the questions? I've got a scroll bar. Oh, at the bottom. Okay. 12:29. Good. I think what I'm going to do short, aren't they? Rather than put individual clamps on, I'm going to put a couple of strips of wood, then whether it's clamping it to be flat as well. Yeah, thanks for the questions. I'm just concentrating. Well, I'm conscious that I've gone quiet while I've been concentrating, but let's have a look and see what questions we've got. Some question glasses on. Right, Sven, what sort of coach is it? So this is a Northeastern Railway. Diagram 15, 5-compartment coach. So this is one we've had on the stand. This is a finished model of the same one we're building today. It's 5-compartment. It's Northeastern Railway, and I guess it comes from about 1880, somewhere like that originally. It certainly went through the change from oil lights to gas lights, because in the mouldings kit we can provide either. So that's a bit of the date for the thing. Which coach is that? Did you see any more questions, Richard, or is that the only one? Oh, Dave, right, okay, yeah, Dave was asking about the weight for that was a while ago, wasn't it? Sorry, Dave. Can of beans is a unit of measure for weight. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it is. I mean, you want something that is, depends how big your tins are. You know, you might decide, well, you know, you need a medium-sized tin on the bottom. Depends what you're using. Depends which coach you're building, because on the southern roof, you can see it's a lot more curvy. So when you put the roof in, your side pieces are sort of fairly well away, but the northeastern one is a lot closer to the edge. So you might want some medium tins on the bottom. Where are we? There, bracket. You might want some medium tins on the bottom and then some bigger ones on the top. I guess the important thing is that you've got equal weight distribution along the roof, and if you're going to leave it overnight, it doesn't get to 1 o'clock and start sagging on one side. If you put a bag of sugar on or something in, it falls off, because that could do more harm than not. Yeah, hope that helps. Highland, Sven. Yeah, well, we've got Highland ones as well. I decided I wasn't building a Highland one today, but here are the ones we built earlier. Blue Peter. Let me put that one there. So we've got 2 patterns that we do at the moment. Very, very similar to one we've been building today is 5-compartment third coach. Really, a little bit of spacing difference, but you've got the curvy tops on the windows. But you can see we've got a seat missing at the end here, so you can see it goes together in exactly the same way. It's got the same markings underneath for the chassis and so on. And we do the locker composite as well, which is a sort of a luggage coach, if you like. But those are the 2 that we were given as part of a commission we did. So those were the two drawings that the customer wanted creating. They'll just go together like that. This is how it's going to start. Go further back. How far, Richard? Oh, somebody sent me a coffee arrived. It did. Yeah, my coffee did arrive. Oh, well needed. Good question, Keith. Keith's asking about if you know something's right, could you use super glue? You could. I'm not going to stop you doing it. It's just that I've never been successful. I've tried. I know BRM have put some of our fencing together with super glue, and I've tried it, but I just find that it doesn't grab. It's not successful. And that could possibly be me and super glue, you know. But I found that it's not as successful as it could be. But this is okay. I mean, this has been, I don't know how you guys have found it, but I mean, I feel as though I've been moving through it fairly rapidly, and the glue's kept up with us. You know, we've not really been waiting until now when we need the coach body to set before we've started to sort of come to a halt. You know, we've got a fair proportion of the coach built. Maybe a good time to sort of say what I've got planned for this afternoon. We do an etched chassis for the coach, 6-wheel coach range. If you've seen that. So I was thinking I could have a go at doing that, if that's interesting for anybody, if you think that's something you'd want to see put together. At the end of the day, it's just three axle units that are sort of held onto a sheet of brass, and they're linked by a wire. You can maybe see the wire between. So you've got one that twists, one that slides, that one will slide, and this one rocks. So I guess it accommodates anything you want to put on the rail. quite happy going over there. So we could do that. I was thinking about doing some painting as well this afternoon. I've got here a Northeastern brake coach, which I was putting the ducket on earlier on. Fingers crossed it's dried. So I can give you a very novel demonstration of how to stain a. I mean, this is wood stain. This is not paint. Customers have painted it, so we've got an opportunity to do a first coat on there, an opportunity to do a second coat on this side. We can do that this afternoon. I've also got. If you think it's something just to go over again, Richard, I've got a set of components there to make a horse box, which we could do, but we said coach in the menu, so that's what we've got going on at the moment. And these are just little pieces of wood I put inside to keep the ducket in place while the glue was drying this morning. This is one of the trickier things to do on the coach builds. It's the only coach that's like it. We're getting this piece of plywood to bend around the ducket is a bit of a challenge. It's a bit of a challenge. The roof on the show coach is nice, snug fit. There we go. On the production ones, I don't know whether you can see that on the inside or not. On the inside of the ducket, we've pre-cut. Yeah, so it bends a lot easier. This was a sort of first prototype which wasn't pre-cut, and I've tried to make some cuts to make it interesting for today, and it's been okay. It's been okay. But the production one now is pre-cut to help you to bend it round the swan neck of the guard ducket there. Yeah. Yeah. Now then, I said to you that the roof was not symmetrical, which it isn't, so I think it's that way around. That's the roof profile is symmetrical, the ribs on it are not, so they just go inside the compartments, and they cause a bigger compartment at the end for the guard. Okay. Should I have done the last seats before fitting the sides? Well, I chose not to because it just felt like they were putting a bit of extra pressure on the ends. So we'll get the ends on first, get those established on this one, and then we'll put the end seats in because they're sort of supporting. They're not critical to where the sides and the ends are. Highland 1. Just having a read of your questions. It's not the same as hearing your voices. Yeah, super glue, we did that one. Yeah, I don't know why super glue isn't successful. Maybe it's just me. What we've been using, this deluxe superphatic glue. I mean, you could very easily use a PVA wood glue on this. Absolutely no problem at all. the Superfatic is just a lot quicker grab time. So, you know, I find it easy to use because I like my modeling to move quickly. It's suited purposes for demonstration, but it also is a little bit mistake proof, so that if you want to pull it apart, you can do. And it sort of retains a little bit of a rubbery finish. Now, I guess it's sort of the materials we're using are different, aren't they? It's not plastic, it's not brass. It has got a grain. It will absorb something, and I find this glue will go into the grain and it'll grab the grain, but it won't soak right in. If you use PVA and you want to take it apart afterwards, you're probably going to break the wood rather than the glue. And I would say with this, even a couple of weeks afterwards, you're going to be able to peel it off. It's quite hard to peel off, but you're going to be able to peel it off, or cut it, or do what you want with it. Used to be that this glue came with an applicator, which was a little tube. Oh, there it is. Like that, and luckily it's got a metal tip on it, and I was using it earlier on to get glue down inside the ducket and so on. And yesterday when I came back to it, I discovered it was blocked up, and I could drill out the glue, and it was still elastic. You know, there was something in it that said it hasn't set hard, but it's going to hold. Well, you know, it does hold the kit. I mean, even a big kit like the Clerestory, this is just glued together with the same glue, and it's, you know, there's a bit of flex in there, but there's no chance of the glue deteriorating and coming apart. It's where it is. And the other thing that I found yesterday when I was cleaning this up for painting or sort of staining, was that because the glue hadn't gone all the way in, if there was an odd finger mark or something like that, I could use the side of a scalpel. I don't know whether you can see there's some residue of glue on the bottom there. I can just use the scalpel and just pare away at it so that the glue will all come off. Yeah. Just carefully. And you're going to do less, you're going to leave less impression on the wood using the sides of a scalpel like that. And if you tried to sand it off, you leave a bigger dent if you try to sand it off. Okay, so both chassis will be welcome. So we'll do that this afternoon. Suggestion that the chassis build and staying will be a good subject. Popular coach. I guess the most popular in the range is the one we've been building, is the Northeastern range, and probably the third as well. Now, not everybody who buys a coach buys a chassis, and not everybody that buys a chassis and a coach buys the mouldings, or whichever way around. Because I guess they're a nice sort of thing that you can put at the back of a yard. It can be a mess hut. It can be a coach body on the, you know, it sort of looks a bit big, but it could even be a Titchfield Thunderbolt home coach, couldn't it? Yeah. So I mean, they're sort of. I know we've said that there was a difference between the Highland one and the Northeastern one. I mean, it's not ever so obvious. I mean, the mouldings are a little bit different shape. and the door tops, the window tops are a little bit different shape, but it's a fairly generic sort of body, isn't it? You know, could be used in lots of different things. However, you know, if somebody wants something building and they have a drawing, what we don't have access to is drawings and things, you know. We'll have a look at anything. And by drawings, it doesn't need to be something as elaborate as that. This is something that came from York Customer Centres for this coach. That's the Break Northeastern. You know, it can, if depends on the customer's expectations. If you've got a drawing in a book or something like that, quite often we can work from that. You know, if you're prepared to accept some estimations in the size tolerance, or you know, some estimations in the drawing of the drawing, you know, the drawer's interpretation, then we're quite happy to work with that. And this is sort of how the coach range has grown from this original one that was the first thing to the big clerestory coach, which is quite a beast. But now we know we've got a production method for this is how they go. These are the dimensions that are important. We can form it into anything. And I don't know whether you've noticed me with me waving it around, but the clerestory goes inside the coach, yeah, so that the roof formers, or the partitions are inside the clerestory as well. Let me see if I can organize it so that you can see through the light isn't great, I'm afraid, because we've got a bit of rain going on outside. You can see through the clerestory into the compartment. Don't know whether that's obvious from that from an angle there or not. So it's not the same as, well, the way we build a coach anyway, is not the same as you've got to put a roof on, then you put the clerestory on top of the roof. It's a, you know, your passenger experience is the same, whether it's you know, model people or real people. The clerestory is there to see through. Yeah. How are we doing for questions? Yeah. So Sven was asking about. Has Sven gone? Oh, I think Sven's gone. I was asking if he was a Highland model or not. If he comes back. Right. Is everybody happy? It's time for a bit of a clear up. What happens if can I try and change camera? Okay, right. So I can wave things around now, and you can see things waving around. We're doing coaches today, but if there's anything else you want to ask about, anything on the diorama that we have, including the carousels that have stuff in them, do ask. We're not confined to coaches. Right. What's that? Oh, that's the roof down there. Right then. So I think the first thing we'll do this afternoon, we'll lay up the roof and put some weights on it. And I'll try and adjust the camera so I'm not doing that off camera. And you can see what brand of baked beans we eat. Seems to be an idea that we have a go at one of the chassis, which is good. Roof, chassis, painting. Yeah, good. Oh, and the other thing we'll do, should have dried by then. We'll have a look at putting the beading onto the coach. Yeah. So we've got the body put together, but we've got to put the little fret of beading. Yeah. Okay. So that's for that and that. That needs to go on there. Is there anything that anybody wants to see from the diorama? Anything that anybody's wondered about? Any questions or? Anything like that? Sven, you're back. Are you a Highland modeler, or are you just interested in the shape of the coaches? Tools, carousels. Okay. Oh, Scottish Railways in general. Okay. Good. That's good. Tool carousel. Somebody wants to say tools carousel. Let's have a look. I go back to the close-up camera. That's probably better, isn't it? These are just. I mean, a lot of the things. If you've chatted to me at shows, you've probably heard me say it in the past. You know what? The guy that's presenting to you today is really a modeler. I've been modeling for a lot longer than I've been making things, and what you're seeing today in front of you is things that I found for me to be useful, things that I needed for my modeling, and just share them, and they're useful to you too. So we've got a tools carousel here that I've been popping tools in and out of during the morning, just to keep them tidy and keep them within an arm's rest. This is a piece of 3/16 bar that I used to use in loco boxes. Used to use in loco building before we invented the boxes. And this morning I was using it to bend the ducket around. So I had where are we? There, we're there. So I had this underneath the ducket there, and then I was bending it back flat to put some shape into it before we put the blocks inside and clamped it up and kept it in shape. So it was sort of training it to be the right shape. So that's why that was there. But that's a handy little thing to have. And you can also get our ruler in there as well. We have a scale ruler for modelers, which has got some track dimensions on. The width of the ruler is the back-to-back, or course scale if you're still course scale. You've got a buffer location in there, and a little arc for loading height. So that's where your loading gauges ought to be, or a different height for lowest arch. So that's a little ruler we do there. I just found that I had so many different gauges for this and that and the other, and it was just convenient to have them all in one place, you know. We've got a pliers rest, which is really good. A little bit gruesome, because if I show you the populated one, I got this idea when I was sat in the dentist chair, and he had all these things of torture and pain all lined up on something like that, and I thought, well, that's a fantastic way of keeping your pliers, because you haven't got to scrabble them out in the drawer. You can see exactly the shape, whether you want a sort of one for bending things with a curvy end and a flat end, or a grippy end, or a pointy end. You can see the one that you want to reach out and pick up straight away. So that's that. The Loco box, I guess a lot of people know about. That's the Loco box. So we use it to build chassis on, and then, you know, my habit is to bolt the body onto there and build the body on it as well, because it holds it firm. You've got an extra pair of hands. You've got some grippy feet underneath it, so you can position it on the workbench where you want to, but it's not going to go anywhere while you're moving things around. That's quite popular. That's quite popular. Yeah, what else? What else? Comes in all different sizes. Comes in all different sizes. But very useful. Very useful. I say I used to use these rods for trying to line up coupling rods and frames, but this is, you don't have to think about how you're going to hold these, you know, that this is what the box does, holds them in place. Little gadget to put on the top and make sure everything's lined up. You can see those on the website as well. There you go. Okay. Bye for now, everybody. Okay, I think are we down to 7, Richard? I can see James is sort of on his own on the bottom for me. So Malcolm, Dave, Paul, James, any last questions? I know where it's from. What's it doing there?
That's been very useful. Thank you very much.
Who said that?
That was Paul.
Hello, Paul.
Obviously, everybody else doesn't know how to press the button, but that's fine. You've done well there for 2 hours.
Thank you. You've not been there the whole time.
No, I had some internet problems. I'm sitting down in my little shed at the bottom of the garden, and the internet was going up and down. So.
Oh, okay. Well if you've been giving it full attention for that time.
Well, not quite. You know how it is.
I do. Well, I was having a look at the pre-production site, and there looks to be lots of interesting things to do. So,
Aye.
but we did see. I don't know what the peak was, Richard, but we sort of saw people coming and going during the morning, didn't we?
The peak was 26 at 10:10.
Was it?
Yeah. But
just like a real exhibition then.
Yeah.
Coming and going.
We kept. We had 17 by 10:05, 26 by 10:00. We were down to 21 at 30:30, 17 at 11:15, 14 at 12, but at 12:15 we've gone back up to 17, and then we've slowly drifted down to our low number for 1 o'clock.
Yeah. I I thought it would be something that did happen, that people came and went. I don't know as you recall early on. I said hello to a guy called Core.
Yeah, yeah, he was on for quite a long time.
Yeah, and I noticed he came back as well.
Yeah.
So, I think that's what people might do. Sort of like, right, okay, well, I've seen how they're getting on, so I'll pop back later and see where they've got to. And
yeah, absolutely. Just
like
pop
that,
in now. Do you want to put your slideshow? Does it loop round, or does it have to keep being restarted?
Sorry, ask me again.
Your slideshow,
Yes.
Does it have to be restarted, or does it loop round?
I found that I can set it to rewind, to
To loop round.
loop. That's a good word. Yes.
Yeah. Do you want to put that on, and we'll grab we'll grab various food items?
Yeah, that will be good.
Right. And we can say to everybody, thank you, Dave, Ian, and Paul, for being part of this morning's session. And we will restart about 2 o'clock.
Yeah, it's not
2 o'clock it is.
quickly.
Sorry?
It'll go quickly.
Yes, it will. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm quite. I mean, just between you and I'm pleasantly surprised that we had a sort of a 2-hour session, and I got to just about everything that I could do in 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the technology held up, which is always good.
Yep.
Yeah, there was 1 or 2 tricky bits where I went quiet, but I had to concentrate. But that's sort of part of the course, I think.
I think as well, one of the reasons for a lack of questions, you're very good at not putting your hands the side that we can see rather than the other side. We discussed that yesterday, didn't we? It was, and it was very clear to see, and it was very easy to follow. So I think the reason there were no questions is because we didn't need to. It was straightforward. So great for me.
Yeah. Thanks, John.
I mean, it wasn't. I mean, I'll I'll take all the praise. Thank you. Do you know? I did think about it now and again, and I was sort of conscious that the glue bottle was in front of things and stuff like that. But I wasn't really that conscious about trying to keep my hands out of the way. I just did think once or twice, but so it must have just been natural. I don't know.
Other than perhaps the odd occasion, it was quite clear what you were doing, and we saw how it was being done.
Yeah.
Just out of interest, would it be useful to give some ballpark figures about the cost of your kits? You could sort of say, well, the Highland kit is X, and the Clerestory coach, just the coach without it. Does that have a different chassis to the other ones?
Yes.
So is it just 2 bogies, or is it a full chassis?
It's in development.
Oh, right. Right.
No, I mean it's a good question, and where we got to was, not really sure how we're going to do that.
Yeah.
I don't. Just between us and Paul, I don't have a huge appetite for setting up etches for doing this or holding stocks of channel and that sort of stuff for making chassis. So I don't quite know where we're going to progress with that. What I was planning to do next, because people, I mean, more often than you think, people say, oh no, it's all right, I'm going to do my own chassis.
Right.
Having said which, the etch chassis we do is popular in 4 mil and in 7 mil. So I'm sure people use it for other things. What we'd got to before COVID, and I don't know whether Ian's saying the same sort of thing on his sessions, was that the supply of mouldings, 3D printed mouldings, sort of dried up.
Right.
And there was no point in Ian saying, right, okay, well, I'll get on to develop these then, let me know what you need. Because the mouldings, because it's northeastern, the mouldings for this are very little different to the mouldings for this one.
Yeah.
Sorry. Mouldings for this one are very little different to the mouldings for this one.
Right.
Other than they need to sit on the side and not on the top.
Yeah.
So they need a different sort of flange on them. But as far as the underside's concerned, yeah, I mean the fox bogies, you can get fox bogies anyway.
Right.
It's a bit of channeling. You could sort your own channeling out. You want a few underside mouldings for doing this and that. It's your choice whether you have electric lights in it when you need batteries, or the gas lights and you need cylinders. So, you know, there's.
Could you build a ply chassis and put the box bogies on it?
Well, you could do, but it's not going to give you that, you know, girder sort of appearance, is it? You know. So I'm very happy that we did this, because I really enjoyed this technical exercise.
Yeah.
Of doing the clerestory that you can see through and all the rest of it, and you know, you wouldn't believe how fine the beading for this clerestory edges. You know, and when I was cutting it, never mind shipping it, I had to attach it to the beading of this so that it was protected in the machine.
Right.
You know, because of what we were saying yesterday about plywood being a bit wavy if it gets too thin and too, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it needs to be kept at the right distance from the laser beam so that it cuts effectively. Because as soon as it starts, you know, the weight of it, as soon as it starts sort of drooping, it goes out of focus.
And you lose the cutting power.
Well, you just get a thick black line.
Right.
Yeah. So I really enjoyed doing this, but I think as soon as you start thinking about commissioning it to put on a railway, then you're into so many different variations. It would cause me to put so many different things on the ground to make a chassis from. I'd much rather make a chassis, and it's just modeling time. I mean, I don't know about your time, Richard, but my time while we've been in COVID, I'm still working full time at home, and things are getting more and more pressure because what we do is enable people to work from home.
Yeah.
You know, in effect, you know, we enable the rest of the infrastructure of the UK to keep going. My modeling time is next to zero, which is why I've been building the facility you see around you. So I'm quite happy to put a chassis together with that, with some fox bogies and stuff like that, and give a instruction sheet of whose materials you want to buy for what. Because at the end of the day, it can't be that difficult to build.
No, you could either use, as you say, pre-cut brass channeling, or is it Greenwood's plastic? Modeling they've got eye sections and all sorts of things, haven't they?
Absolutely. And you see, that's a great comment, because you know, people's preferences are going to be different, aren't they?
Yeah.
They just are.
Yeah.
Quick question. So the clamps, well, you've got your hands on now, actually look very much kind of Squires-ish. So I kind of recognise those. Right down in the bottom left of the picture, some very nice brass-looking ones that you were using earlier, down towards the tumble home. From whence did they come, please?
They came from Wens, Chelmsford Model Railway Exhibition, about 6 or 8 years ago.
Wems, yeah.
So we used to. I knew somebody was going to ask about these.
There's always one.
We used to have a guy. What did he? Modelers. I think it was called Modeler's Mate, who used to go. He was like the local Eileen's. Yeah. And he used to come up with all sorts. He used to do sets of nut runners. You know, a nut runner.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like a screwdriver with a nut hole in the end, and
Nut twirlers.
And he would have. He had a local engineer guy used to come up with all these sorts of things for him. Yeah. And these weren't very expensive. They're probably £2.50 or something like that. I mean, you know, incredible.
I'll bet if you had those on your website, you'd be selling them like hotcakes.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Now I do see. I don't know. It probably says Fred's.
And just while you're looking, one other thing. So when we have any kits that we look at, it's always about what can we find out in the instructions. And we all like a bit on prototypical as well.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much there is in your instructions because I've not read the instructions. I did just actually have a look in the Ragstone. Ragstone models do a brass version of the London South Western Railway.
Yeah, they do.
Horsepower, and then I noticed there's some useful info in there one can borrow, if that's the word, because you can download the PDF. But I just wondered in general, if that's what I meant when I asked the question, if we start finding, because we've all got bookshelves full of books, I'm sure, when we start finding pictures or anything else, is it worth sending you, by the way, did you know in OPC book so-and-so on page 27? Because that's the kind of stuff that people like to see in instructions. That's all I was thinking.
Yeah.
All helps. Those little bits of info all help you get into it and think I can do this.
What?
I tell you what, I was thinking, guys. Shall I stop the recording for the minute, or do you want it to keep going?
Fine, you can do, Richard.
Right. Okay. I'll. Good afternoon, folks. We're just waiting for Anthony to come back from having grabbed a quick sandwich. And once he's back, we'll restart the demonstration as soon as he's back. You just bear with us, please. And if you haven't been with us before, you should know that we are using speaker view for those of you who logged on to watch the demonstration. That way you'll get a full screen of just Anthony doing the demonstration, and you won't see all the little happy little pictures of all of us who are the 9 of us who are currently present. And the other thing is we are recording this session so that it can later be shown on the Guild website for those who couldn't get on today, and it'll be on the Guild site for 2 weeks from as soon as it goes up, hopefully within the next 2 or 3 days. But welcome back for those of you who've been with us this morning, and hello and welcome to those who are joining us for the first time. We had an interesting morning. Anthony's working on building a northeast region coach, 6-wheel coach from about 1880, 1890, that sort of period. And this afternoon he's going to be doing some more work on that, fitting the roof, and then we'll move on to looking at the chassis, which is a brass chassis that he supplies to go with it, a 6-wheel chassis. So if you just bear with us, as soon as he's back, we'll go live and get on with it all. Thank you very much. Sorry about this, folks. He was late going to lunch, and I assume he will be back as soon as he can. while we are waiting for Anthony to reappear, if you have questions to ask him about what he's doing or aspects of the products that he's manufacturing and selling, we're using the chat function, which is down at the bottom of the screen. Your screen is in about the middle. The little icon says chat. If you click on that, it will open a pop-up window, and you can see that down at the very bottom, it should say everyone at the meeting, and if you type your questions in there, they'll come to John and myself, and we can then make sure that at a convenient point in his demonstration, Anthony will address the questions that have been asked and answer them as best as possible. He is keeping an eye on the questions himself, but it will help if we sort of collect the questions first, and he gets round to answering those in the process of doing the demonstration. I must apologise. It was about 10 to 2 when he managed to get away to get some lunch. I think he's just getting a sandwich. So he's going to be a minute to 2 before he's back and start doing the demonstration. It's been well attended this morning. We had up to 26 people at one point in time watching him building this coach. He's assembled the coach body, and he left it. He started off by putting the compartment partitions in for the interior of the coach on the floor, on the coach floor. He then added the seating and then the coach ends, and that was set aside to dry while he did some discussion about the roof construction. And he then went back to the coach and had fastened. The last thing he did before lunch was fasten the 2 sides, glued the 2 sides, and that's been curing while he's away at lunch. He uses a deluxe glue, a wood glue that has got a fast grab rate. It doesn't go off very quickly. It takes a while to totally cure, but the grab rate ensures that he's got a good view while we're constructing the thing. Right, he's back. Good afternoon, Anthony. Your audience awaits you. If you go on to speaker view, that would be fine. Thank you.
I'm just going to set up the soldering iron. That's all I'm going to do. So you were doing a really good job describing there.
Thank you. Yeah, the roof construction is quite interesting. It consists of a set of ribs that the actual roof itself fits on and shapes to, and also in his kit he supplies an appropriate cradle to bend the roof into the correct shape. The plywood that he uses is thin, it's birch ply, but it has quite a lot of strength within it, such that when you bend it, it's reluctant to stay bent and wants to return to its original shape. And this afternoon he'll demonstrate how you fix that plank of roof, which has got laser cut grooves in it to aid the bending process, how you actually put that together, and it's best done as a cure overnight job. So you'll get the gist of it. It's fairly straightforward. It just takes time to actually harden off, but by use of this cradle and some suitably placed cans of baked beans or other weight devices of weight, imperial or metric, you can hold the thing in place while the glue goes off overnight.
I understand we're using processed peas this time.
We're using processed peas this time. All right. Well, there you are.
What was available in the kitchen?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's staggering, isn't it? You know, when you think of, when I think back to the days of my youth when I was at home, when we had veg with Sunday lunch, it was tinned peas or tinned carrots. And now I wonder if you can still get tinned peas, let alone tinned carrots. It's all frozen this day and age. How the world has changed. But that's beside the point. Anyhow, I'll let Tony come and take over. I think he's, first of all, he's going to do some work with the chassis, which is a brass construction and obviously involves soldering. So I think he's set his soldering iron up and getting some heat in there so that we see where we are.
Richard, are you
Yeah.
aware that the colour has changed on anything?
Sorry?
Are you aware that the colour has changed on anything?
No.
I just put light on, that was all.
Right, no, it's fine. It's all good.
Right.
Right, so gentlemen, if you click on speaker view, if you haven't done already, by use of the small icon in the top right hand corner of your screens, which says view, if you select speaker view, you'll get the view of Anthony's workshop, and he's getting himself sorted.
Trying to, Richard, trying to. I thought I was going to struggle to find the soldering iron. Which camera are you looking at? The close-up or the wider view?
The wide angle.
Right. Okay. What's that then? Right. Here we go. Do we recognise anybody from this morning, or I've got a new?
Yes, there's one or two returnees.
That sounds very encouraging. So I'll stick that on there. It's ready for us. That's good. Right, lots of things. Oh,
That's the best I can do.
that's a nice selection. Yeah, that'll be all right. I'll get those when I need them. Thank you.
I mean, if Dad could have that box.
Just put something on.
Shall I take this?
Right.
away?
Yes. Yes. Right.
Like a cat on bricks.
Thank you. We know all about that. Good. Right. What have we got on there? So, where did we get to this morning? Well, this morning's session overran a little bit. Sorry for that. We got to building a coach body. So we've sort of completed the body, and here it is, waiting to be finished off. That's good. And we've got roof cradle we made. There's a different place, isn't it? There we go. We got a roof cradle we made, and we've got a roof frame, and we've got the roof, which we were just telling you about. It's cut on one side, but not cut on the other side. And what we're going to do, we can make it either way. Depends on your modelling preferences, what you wish to do. Scruffy thing to do, isn't it? Clearing up with your model parts. get rid of all the junk. We can put it on this way round so that the plank lines are visible with the plain piece inside, or we can put it together with, it's just a very snug fit. There we go. With the plank lines inside and a smoother surface on the outside. And I think it really depends how you're going to finish the roof, whether you're going to choose just to paint it, in which case this one's probably the best one, with the smooth side outside, or whether you're going to try and replicate a bit of canvas on it and you want to see an odd plank line here and there, which case this is probably the way for you. Now there was a question this morning about if something breaks, can you just glue it together? And the answer is yes. And this is probably one of the times when that could occur for you. So what we've done with the roof panel in the kit is cut it part way through, and that's given us the opportunity to bend it in a consistent way. Okay, and we've cut it at the same sort of widths as a planking might be on a roof, to sort of replicate what was the real thing. But this is why we use the cradle to make the roof, in as much as what we say in the instructions is don't prod it with your finger and go, oh yeah, that's nice and springy, because depending on how well we've cut through it consistently, and how stiff the wood is and how thick the wood is, it might crack and you might end up with more pieces than you expected. So the way to get around that is to make up the cradle and make up the roof frame. We did that this morning, and then use the frame to press down on the roof panel, because you're going to be not point pressure with your finger or thumb. You're going to be using the whole of the cradle to push it down. Now you can see there's an awful lot of energy left in that plywood, and it's bouncing up and down. It wants to stay flat. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to glue it down and use some weights to keep it in shape, and then we know the roof is set to match the coach. Okay, now one thing we can do before we do anything else is to do some checking. So we've got the coach body that we're going to use, and we've got the coach frame that fits in it, and we can make sure that the frame fits inside the roof nice and neatly, no catching and no snagging, and the tolerances in the kit are fairly tight. So what I'm going to do is, this one's just a little bit stiff. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to make sure that the frame's an easy fit inside the coach. Now you could use, it's wood, so you could use sandpaper. You could try trimming it with a knife. What I'm going to do is I've got a fairly heavy file here, and I'm just going to run it up and down, and just make sure that the sides are flat, parallel to the sides. They can be tapered in a little bit, that would help. I guess what you don't want to do is to make them all a taper, so it only goes in, it won't come out again. So just going to take off a little bit and just make sure there's no extra little tag marks at the side where the parts are being held in the frame, which I could see just one or two along there. And this is just making sure that this is tailoring the finished parts to fit together as a unit. Although we've cut things on the laser and they're almost guaranteed, now I've got to the end one here, so I'm going to make sure that I hold the end in place while I'm filing it, and probably only file against the other parts and not try and file it in a direction where it's going to pull away from the rest of the frame. Although we're cutting on the laser and the parts are probably always going to be identical because that's the nature of what we're trying to do, and we do try and make the kits so that when you're in full flight and putting them together, there should only be one way that things will go together, but sometimes things need a little bit of tailoring just to make sure that they're an easy fit, and just so it doesn't cause us any snags in the future. I'm just making sure on all of the parts that they're just a little bit trimmed. And then we've got a matching set there. And what we're going to do is I'm going to put the roof in the cradle and glue it. And we're going to glue all of the upper surfaces of this frame. So I'm going to glue this side, and we're going to put it in the frame and then put some weights on it and leave it to set overnight, just because it's sensible to do. We've been moving quite quickly with the body, but the roof, we're fighting against nature a little bit there with the springiness in the wood. So we'll leave it overnight to set properly, and then tomorrow when we come back, or we'll come back to it the next day or whenever, what I would recommend you do is to run a line of glue around all of the inside edges. It's not so obvious there. You might just pick up the corners shining a little bit, just to make sure that you know you've got a good fillet of glue in there and it's as well glued onto the roof as you can do. But equally, at the same time, be careful you don't get glue on the outside, and especially the outsides of the ends, because that'll stop it going in nice and neatly. And that wasn't made for this coach, but you can see by the nature of the technology we're using, it's gone on there fairly easily. It might even go on the other way around as well. Yeah. So it's just a case of tailoring each one, making sure that it fits for you on your model. And then you can take the roof off and you can put upholstery in, you can put passengers in, all that sort of thing, because you've got two independent units there that are, you know, they fit together, you know, they're a matched pair and they're going to work. So how does this one fit in here now? This is, well, it's quite a nice fit, but there's a little bit more needed at that end. What happens if I turn it around? Okay, same thing really. Right, okay, so we're not trying to be quick, we're not trying to minimize work, we're trying to make sure that we've got some good parts that fit together. So a little bit of extra care on there. Put a little bit of corner on there as well. So we want these to come as close to the edges as practical. Okay, that does fit in there, that's quite nice. Yeah, we want those to come as close to the edges as practical so that they support the roof as far to the edge as we can. Okay. So it's still a little bit tight there, isn't it? So I'll make sure I get a nice parallel cut with the file. Okay, so we know that fits in there. We want the ribs to be as close to the edges as we can so that it supports the roof as far as it can. Yeah, and you'll see that again in a minute. So we'll just put the coach we'll put the coach over there. And what I want to do is I'm just going to change the camera angle in a minute so you can see me putting the roof in the cradle, but I'm going to do it in a different part of the workshop so that we can come back to this angle and continue with other things. So we've got our cradle and we've got the roof panel, and we want to make sure that it's as central as it can be. We know where that's going to be, so we're going to make sure that we know what the distance is at this side and at that side and along the edges, so that when we put it in, so that we don't sort of lose the opportunity for the glue to be contact, we're going to put it right in the middle. Okay, we're going to put it right in the middle. So that should be okay. Now then, how we're going to manage this? I put that there. Yeah, okay. And I'm going to work along this area here. So, mouse out the way. Mouse. Where's the mouse? Right. So, frame. Glue. And what I'm going to do, same as we did before with the other parts we were working with this morning, I'm just going to use capillary action from the glue bottle and just let it run. This is a little bit thicker plywood than we were using this morning, so you can see the bead is a little bit wider. It'll take a little bit more glue. We don't need to be shy with the glue at this point, but equally we don't want it running all over the place. So just a case of making sure that it's on the end of those ribs as well. And I can see, hopefully you can as well, the glue's going on. In places it's sort of changing colour, which is sort of saying, well, okay, I'm getting on with the job, but you're not. So we can always go back and refresh it. That's the nature of the glue that we're using. Right. We'll get there. Last one. And it started going a little bit dry at the end where I started, so I'm just going to refresh that a little bit. Very quickly, just wet it off so that it's going to get interested in the piece of wood we're putting it onto. Stuck to my finger. Always happy to do that. Now then, I'm going to place this as centrally as I can onto the roof panel that is central in the cradle. And it's probably only got point contact at the minute. That's, and you can use the end-to-end thing is important, and the side-to-side thing is important as well, because it means that you've got a consistent overhang. So I think that's where it's going to be. Now let's see what we've got as far as weights are concerned. All sorts of dietary options. Let's have a look. Check it again. Longitudinally, of course, now because I put the plant lines inside, we've got those to guide us, so we can see that the roof is central this way. Just need to check it central that way, and then we can go for some biggish sort of tins. There. I have to move outboard a little bit. Just want to make sure that I'm not fouling on the ribs. Okay, well that's settled down. I've got some other ones in reserve, but that looks as though it's more or less okay. So that's settled down nicely on there. Oh. Right. I don't know whether Richard said or not, but you can ask questions at any time. And I gather you're doing that with the chat, so.
Andrew, can you hear me?
It's Anthony.
Anthony, sorry, can you hear me?
All right, if you meant me.
Anthony?
Yes?
John Shaw.
Hello, John.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. Can you see this?
No, because I've only got a certain number of pictures available to me.
Oh, that's a shame.
I can't see you. I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Oh, that might be a blessing.
What
Right.
have you got?
That's the completed side lined out of a diagram 15, your diagram 15.
Oh, the one we're doing, yeah?
And I've got a diagram 19 here where all the beading is on and the ducts are built and things like that,
Yeah.
right? So progress is being made, yeah? I'm just about to cover the roof on the diagram 19.
Yeah.
Did you put the lines on the inside of yours?
I've just put the lines on the inside of this one.
Ah, right. Looking at photographs, the lines would seem to be on the outside. But I cover mine with
Yeah.
a sheet of paper as well.
I've done them with both. I've done
Yeah.
them with both. I mean, this one's a 4mm one, but this one's on the outside.
Right.
Yeah. It just your preference.
Right.
I know you like to put a bit of canvas on your roofs. Not presuming everybody does do. You know that's.
Yes. Well, the real ones had something.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Right now then, that's coming back over here and over there and over there. How's that? Right, we got a little bit of a food tray on the side there, but is that okay? Right, so we've done the roof. We've done the roof. Now then, what have we got left to do on the coach body? We've just been curing that over lunchtime, and that should be okay. Now what I'm going to do, I've got a little bit of glue around the bottom of the door, so I'm going to clean that up before I put the beading on. And as we said this morning, It's getting a bit congested. As we said this morning, you can use sandpaper, you can do all that sort of thing. But what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to clean it up with the side of a scalpel knife, which works quite nicely, and it has less impact on the veneer of the wood as well. And you could be tidier than me with the glue. We were working fairly swiftly this morning, so there's a few finger marks and things, but it will tidy up nicely. And depending on how you're going to finish it, whether you're going to paint it or stain it or what you're going to use, this might be just not a problem at all, because you're going to go straight over the top of it. Now what I can feel I have got is I've just got a little bit of a step in the floor there. So I might just go down the outside with a sheet of sandpaper just once or twice, just to make sure it's as flat as it can be to receive the beading. Yeah, I'm still in camera. It's always a fear that you started off in camera and then you've sort of worked your way away from it, but that looks okay. Yeah, so what we're going to do this afternoon, we'll just put these beads. We're on the roof. We're going to put some beads on the couch, and then that's the body more or less finished, as far as the wooden part's concerned, anyway. And then we'll have a look at putting the chassis together. And then we'll have a look at painting and staining and stuff like that. I don't know what you like with painting, you folks, but I always used to be very nervous about painting. Well, you spent a lot of time on a model, you don't want to mess it up. And I used to think, well, you spent all that time doing it, especially with brass ones that look so nice when they're cleaned up. And do you actually want to cover up all your hard work? Well, you actually haven't finished until you do, so I suppose you have to, don't you? But I don't know what you'd expect to do with a wooden kit. I mean, certainly on the trackside things, people ask us, what do you finish it with? And the trackside stuff, you can use lots of different things. You know, the coal platforms and coal staves and that sort of thing. People have told us that they use real creosote, and they've used tea bags, and of course you can use normal modelling paints and modelling inks and all that sort of thing. The material is not really fussy whether you use acrylics or oils or whatever. And with it being birch plywood, or with the material of the plywood being birch, whichever one you want to say, it's not going to be very susceptible to the grain picking up if it gets wet. Okay, so sometimes if you were putting a water-based finish on a piece of joinery or something like that, then you could end up with the grain coming up, and then you've got to sand it back again and stuff like that to get it smooth for the second coat. Birch plywood is not going to be really susceptible to that, and you'll see that later on when we have a go at doing some painting. But for the sorry, I put my sandpaper somewhere. For the fussy people among you, I think what I'm going to try and do is use a technique that you probably haven't seen before on a model. So that might be interesting. So I'm just going to give this quick sand and get rid of the final bits of marks and things like that. Now you'll see that the steps under the doors are still a different colour because they're part of that castellated joint with the floor. But the beads we're going to put on are more or less going to cover that. And what you'll be led to believe is that actually it's just a gap at the bottom of the door. So that should be okay. Sorry, I hadn't practiced. That might be quite loud for the speaker, might it? Well, sorry if I drowned you out with sandpapering noise. There we are, nearly finished. Now, because we've got a step joint at the corners, the beading is going to go over the edges of the ends. So we just need to make sure there's no welcome steps there as well. Just to finish that up, make sure there's no little residues on there. And this is just going to be another demonstration of how quickly the glue tacks. Now what I've got here is I've got the coach body we're going to work on. I'll go over there. Bits of things, and then we've got a fret of bead in there that comes with the kit, and it's all one piece. It's cut at the same time as the body, so it matches the body, and we're just going to place it on there, and we're going to use the moulding around the edge of the windows, the edge of the doors, and the overall size to get it in exactly the right place. Yeah. So here we go again. We're going to use the capillary action of the glue just to run along every joint, just very quickly, and make sure it's fit for purpose. Now this morning we tried to do the tumble home at the same time as the sides, which was against the instruction, so I'm not going to do that this time. I'm just going to do the moulding for the top flat half of the coach side. Okay, just a bit at a time. Work our way down here methodically. Not really sure I've got a system for doing it, but I'm making sure that I do every piece. Somebody shouted I missed one. It's a bit like watching the laser. Not that you're supposed to watch the laser because it's bad for your eyes, but watching where the head goes on the laser. And you think, it's missed a bit, it's missed a bit. It always goes back and gets it. Something to do with it being cleverer than you are in deciding what the sequence is. But I don't know as I'm cleverer than this piece of wood because it's bouncing around a bit. And when I've done this, if you want to just think of any questions you've got and type them in on the chat thing, we'll have a 30-second pause between layers. Now you can see at the top here it's just started to just skin over a little bit. Don't want to put too much on because I don't want glue all over the place, but the more you put on, the more to clean off. But if anybody wants to be putting any questions on the chat, I'll have a look at that in a second. Right, we'll go with that. Okay, so there, I can look more at the top level from it. More at the top level. So just from over the top, line up the windows, left to right, right to left, move it a little bit. Just give us an opportunity to pull it off. It seemed as though it was giving up, sliding around a little bit. Good. Now I'm pretty happy that that's central and equally spaced all the way around. Can't do much more than just press on it flat side to make sure that it's properly pushed down all the way around. And that's on. Okay. So we'll just give that a second just to make sure it's good and grabbed. I'll have a look and see if there's any new questions, and then we'll go and put the other side on. Now, if I go out to there, yeah, that's good. And where's the chat gone? Chat gone there. Right, good. Okay. Yeah, I did say tins of beans, John. I did say tins of beans, and they were peas and tomatoes. So apologies for that. It's just what came out of the kitchen. Just trying to demo. What glue are we using? Yeah, we are. We're using Super Alphatic from Deluxe. Where did that go? There we go. That one. So when we started selling wooden kits, people were asking us on a regular basis what glue do we use, and most of my early models were built with PVA, because everything that we sell we've got a working model of. I know they go together because I've built them. But so many people are asking us, we made inquiries, we've got loads of different samples, different types, and this deluxe range was one that we chose to stock. And it's a bit like, you know, as soon as we stocked it, people stopped asking. But anyway, it's all gone now, all of this. So I've just got a small supply that I use. You'll see this is, if you can see, I'm not sure that light's helpful, is it? That's probably just as good, isn't it? You see that's probably got a little bit of a brown tinge to it. It didn't have when it was new. It was sort of creamy when it was new. But it's turned brown over time, and I guess that's sort of shelf life or something like that. But it still works fine. It still works fine. There's no deterioration, and in fact, when it's dried, find something. I've got some nice big fillets of glue. If you can see down in that bottom corner there, when it's dried and properly cured, it is brown. I mean, it wouldn't be necessarily, you can't see any brown in there, in the grooms area. But in the other one where I've put big fillets of glue for structural strength, yeah, it's gone brown when it's cured. So it's just a quality of the glue, I guess, or a colour of the finished thing. But it works fine. It works fine. Okay, so that is looking good. Not moved. Very happy. Let's go and do the other side. So once again, we're not going to glue that piece, so I'll hold it with that piece. Just using the available light. It was raining quite heavily earlier and it was quite dark, so I thought a light would be a good idea, but it's clearing up a little bit. So I don't know whether you were aware. I was aware there was a little bit of a reflection coming off on things and it wasn't always helpful. Still, as long as you can see me, hopefully you can, and I can see what I'm doing. That's what we need. That's more or less okay first time, I think. A little bit more on it stayed wet, and we've got one on everything. So again, so we get a ride over the top of it and place it on. Good. Very happy. Very happy. Now, it's maybe not obvious from the photos, I'll show you in a minute. These side beads are a little bit tall. Two reasons behind that. The first is to protect them, because they will be very delicate and they're right at the edge. And the second reason is that what we need you to do when the sides have dried, you'll see they're a little bit taller than the coach side. And what we need you to do is we need to we need to profile the sides so that they fit the curvature of the roof. Okay, and knowing that you're going to take something off and we can put a little bit extra on for that protection, then it doesn't really matter. It sticks up a little bit because you're going to take it off to fit the profile of the roof anyway. And that's something that's common across the whole range, and especially so in the 4mm ones, where there's quite an appreciable extra piece there, because the plywood is half the thickness, and so this is only 0.4mm plywood, and the piece that you're going to be left with across the top would be 0.2mm. That's a very thin piece of plywood. So it needs to be properly glued all the way across, and then it's sound and it's well supported and it can be sanded down to fit the profile of the roof. Right, so we've done the roof, we've done the beadings on the coach. Now what we haven't done the beadings on the coach yet, and I'm tempted to do now, is we haven't done the beading on the tumble home. So you can see on there, there's just a little bit of a gap. Okay, because we haven't glued that piece yet. So get the flat piece on, get the flat piece in place, and when that's fixed and that's settled down, then we can do the tumble home piece. And if Sven's one of our audience this afternoon, thinking about Highland coaches, well, the Highland coach sides are flat, so that's not a consideration for those. But for these, there's a little bit of tumble home, so we'll deal with that now. Okay, so here's those two bearers again, my two little side clamps. And we'll put that in there and that in there. And in a second, oh, okay, we've added the extra thickness onto the sides, haven't we? So we've got to undo those by a couple of turns. And we'll glue along the edges here, and then we'll stick it in the rack and just pull that tumble home together. Okay, and all I'm going to do now is I'm just going to use capillary action again, just to run a line of glue into that gap between, go in, got to get it to persuade it to go in to start with. On the inside edge of that bead, these are in the middle and the side. The ends. There we go. Make sure there's some at the ends. Oops. Big blob there, don't like that. If we take it off now while it's wet, there'll be less cleaning up to do later on. Let's make sure it's positioned over those floor slots. And we haven't got any ugly kinks in it. Where's that? So what I'm doing just now is just looking along the line and making sure that everything's where we would wish it to be. Because the glue's quite forgiving at this stage. It'll let us move things around as we want to. Slide it in there. Sorry, I'm going to go off here a bit. There we go. And that's the beading put on with the tumble home in place and all that stuff. Okay. how are we doing for questions? Just a question about the glue. Is that the bottom of the queue? Okay. Good. Have a quick clean up before we move on to something else. Just some small parts left on the bench. We still need to fit those two end benches, but we'll do those a bit later if we have time. So the two other things we said we were going to do is the chassis and the painting. Does anybody have a preference what they'd like to see first? Super alphatic. Right, okay. Oh, in grid view. Right. Okay. So the chassis we do is an express chassis, and it has three. Where'd it go? Oh, it's there. 3 axles supported on different types of rocking arrangements, if you want to call it that, rocking or sliding or whatever. And that's the edge. And that's the one we chose to use, and this is available in 4mm and in 7mm. And the wheels we use, we can provide a sets of 3 axles of pear tree wheels. Okay, model away parts, pear tree engineering. And Malcolm's kind enough to do those in packs of 3 for us, so that you don't have to worry about you know, having to buy 4 axles, or where do you get an extra one from? They come in packs of 3 to suit the chassis, and yeah, to suit the coach range that we do. Now, what I'm going to show you is, we'll start off. What's not a good example now, is it? We'll start off with one of these. Okay, so you can see this is the coach body when it's completed. It's got some lines on there. We lightly mark some lines on there that suit this chassis, but it doesn't have to be this chassis. If you know, if you've got your own arrangements or whatever, you can just use the marks on here to help you centralize and align and that sort of thing. And what the chassis is meant to do is it's meant to go here within the lines. Now, the lines are marked slightly differently on this chassis because I'm going to need to check the wheelbase in a minute. But the chassis we do is variable wheelbase, so that you can see it's marked here for, so where's there? Look, it's marked here for 18, 20, 22, 24 different wheelbases, and that's overall, because at the other end the marks are the same. Yeah. And you've got the little holes in the etch are every 3 inches, and if you're going to use the holes, then that's what they're for. But you don't need to use the holes. The holes are suggested that you could put some wire between to lock them in, but actually we haven't done that with these. We've just soldered the carriers in the right position, and that's been good enough. Yeah. So it's quite simple to do. You can see in the horse box one, we've just cut it to fit on the wheelbase that's in there, and it fits between the underframe as well. The underframe is something we haven't talked about today so far. Sort of the next part of it, really. And the underframe is just the sole bars and the buffer beams, and we do one for each one. This is the northeastern one because it's got this sort of fancy authentic shape for the buffer beam shape. Of course, easily replicated with a laser. And this is the one for the horse box, and it's got some extra buffer extensions there as well, which are sort of photographic, shows they're needed. The Highland one is just sort of like a straight and square, same thing. So let me start on cutting out the pieces for the etch. I don't know what I should use, really. Don't know what good practice is. What I normally do, Stanley knife. But you could use tin snips, I guess. You could use a bundle of other things. I guess shears are better if you can get in and get started with it. So this is the chassis coming out. I won't go through and clean up all the cusp edges. They're not too bad on here, but just extra time you don't need to spend watching. I think putting the chassis together is fairly important. So we have recently updated the instructions for the chassis because there were one or two things that were not absolutely clear. I'm not going to bother with the cusp edges, but I will just take those sharp little pieces off where it was attached to the fret. That might interfere with what we're doing. Now we've got the measures marked for the wheelbase, and we've got the different arrangements for the axles on those, but the central one is always going to be central, and the central one is meant to slide. Okay. I'm always of the opinion that when you're putting these things together, you know, it's, oh yeah, that's great, that's really, but in reality, when it's on the layout, it's probably only going to move a quarter of that distance. I don't know. You might have different arrangements. I guess if you wanted it to go wider, it's just sliding on these central pieces that we're going to fold up in a second. So you could always make the slots wider if you needed to, and it would slide wider. but that will give you some problems, I guess, with the clearance at the side of the chassis. So if we look on the horse box where we've already got the pieces, you know, there's quite a lot of movement there, which is more than ample, I'm sure, for most layouts. But if you wanted it to move more, you'd have to think about how you were going to arrange that. Okay, so the tool that I've been looking forward to using all day. I've lost it. No. I'm thinking about where it might be. I'll just cut these out. So we've got 3 different arrangements here for holding the axles. We said before we've got a sliding one in the center, we've got a wobbly one at one end, and we've got a twisty one at the other end. Yeah, so there it is, you see. There we go. Right, so let's cut these pieces cut out, and they're marked so that you know which one goes where. And if anybody is, sure a lot of people are familiar with doing brass etch kits, these sort of follow the usual protocol in most places of the fold line being on the inside of the fold. But in a couple of places they do not. So it's clear in the new instructions we have, and I'm just going to show you where they are in a little moment. Okay. That's good. So we've got all the major components pulled out. We've got some brake pieces in there as well. We won't fit those at the moment. We'll see what time we've got left at the end. But anyway, right. So what we're going to do some basic folding up. These 2 center pieces fold up, so they present these pieces here for the sliding arrangement. Okay. And we're going to get these started somehow. So what I'm going to do, I've got a flat nose set of pliers, and I'm just going to start those folding up. A little bit awkward to do, but you just need to make sure they're in a straight line when they're folded. Okay, then we can put that little device in there. Just use it to make sure the final piece of the fold is flat and square and what we're looking for. So that's good. That's okay. Just give those a little check, make sure they're lined up. That looks good. We can do any final tweaking when we've folded up the plates. Now, what we're using this piece for is to make the carriers to go down the center there. So again, these it's not going to fit on there, is it? Never mind. I should be able to, shouldn't I? Anything any wider? Right. Let's have a look. Folding these up. Now we've got it part way up. Stick that in there. Use it to finish off the fold. That's fine. Now, this needs to, so what we've got in the center here are some long thin strips. I guess on a chassis you can use them for holding gas cylinders in or something like that. They could be brake hanger, safety catches, but I think they're just included in there because you don't often get the opportunity to get a straight piece of brass with no little etchy catchy bits on the side and stuff like that. So they've been included in there. A little benefit and put them somewhere safe, and we can use those for something later. And the same at this end. Didn't see you there, Ian. No wonder you suggested chassis. This is Ian's chassis that we're doing. Thank you very much. Right, there we go. We're gonna almost got a clear on. Right, so what we need to do now is we need to bend this piece up so that it fits level inside there and it's the right way around, and we can position it at the wheelbase that we need. So what we've got is we've got another H line to bend, which we're going to do. I'll try and put it in that corner of the machine, and then we just bend it over and bend it over again. Use a pair of pliers for this piece. And it should go flat. There we go. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Same with the other end. Use this piece to go a little bit over center. And finish it off. Do it on the side there. Almost so far. There we go. And that'll fit into that slot. We can line it up with the holes and solder it in place at the right wheelbase. Okay, so I'll quickly do the other one. Now, these are both shaped in the same. Yeah, so doesn't matter which one goes where. And if you notice, there is a small etch line just here, which gives you the center of the, yeah, just there, which gives you the center of the wheelbase. Okay, so we have to start that one off, don't we? Yeah, just seen your comment, Ian. Yeah, I hope I'm doing okay. It's always an education seeing somebody else doing one of your kits, isn't it? It's I hope it's not a horror story. Right, nearly there. That's it. Need to be upright. It don't stay upright. That's a little bit bent over into. We'll get to do some final tweaking adjustments in a minute. That worked easy, didn't it? Different ways to improve all the time. Just a little bit more central, sorry. Do shout if I'm going off screen. That's pretty good. What happened to that one? Right, okay. So we've got three different axle carriers. And we've got to sort of think how they go together. That's what we're trying to aim for. This is one Blue Peter type we prepared earlier. So the one with the bow tie in the middle is the, well, it looks like a bow tie to me anyway, is the one that's going to do the twisting. like that. The one with the slots down the side is the one that's going to do sliding across. So that means that the one that says fixed is going to do, sorry, yeah, the fixed one is the one that does that, and the rocking one is the one that does the rocking at that end there. And they've got the names on. Oh, it says rocking, yeah. So how do they need to go together? So the one that's rocking, it doesn't really matter about the depth. The one that does the sliding, these pieces need to stay on the chassis and use it as a support. So that's why they've got the extra piece on there. And the central one is just going to rest on the sliders, and these should be free of the chassis all the time. So I'm just going to make sure there are no parts on there that are going to catch. They need to be nice and smooth. And right, so we're going to do the traditional thing of folding the X lines on the inside for the W irons. So line that up in the little jig. About halfway through, and just gently bend it. And we can adjust it afterwards before we solder it up for a little fillet to keep it straight. But you can see that's at 90 degrees there. And goes a little bit parallel with each other, so make sure that the distance to the slot is the same on both sides. And that one can fold up like that. And that's at 90 degrees as well. And that should, everybody's fingers crossed, fit on those two little sets of uprights there. Just needs a little bit of tweaking. It's what we did with the coach body before, wasn't it? We tailored it and made it a fitted pair. So works and that works and that works. Just needs a little bit more something somewhere. Maybe this one. There we go. And that's got the beginnings of a fairly free movement there. It's a little bit catchy in places, but we can tweak that later. So the piece I was saying to you about folding the opposite way to the fold lines that we would expect to do is the little tabs for the support wire for the Clemenson action. Where's the camera? There. So we've got some small little tabs here which are holding the wire, and once we've made the folds for the W irons, we'll have a look at those. And I think what we need to do is, it's fairly obvious on this one, we need to fold them away from the etched line. Yeah, so they need to stand up. So we'll do that in a minute or two. So that's on that one. Try and keep those nicely aligned. Okay, so once again, on the etched line and fold together. Okay, that's good. So that one says it's the fixed one. And it is fixed, it's just going to swivel. So we sort of pop that one in this end because it's got a wider piece of chassis there to support the swivel. And if we just persuade that to go through the little slot. Don't really want to open it out because that'll just compromise the movement in the future. See if we can ease it in without adjusting it. There we go. And when that's fixed in the center there, you can see that has the opportunity to move around, and we'll be able to get the height corrected. I've got some little nibs on there. And on there I can see now. We'll be able to get the height adjusted when we've got it soldered in to the right wheelbase, and then we can see that it'll turn quite easily. So looking at the other end, put that there. That's a lot easier, isn't it? Third set. For the rocking gear at this end. So it hasn't got those small supports on the end. It's just got a brace across for the end of the W iron to help keep it all together, to give us a bend line. And that extra height is going to allow it to rock. But it will also twist as well because it needs to for the compensated action of the 6-wheel base. Okay, so here we go again. Good. And that one fits in there. There we go. And that one will rock as well as twist for the action. And I think what we can see on all of these, that this one, we've got the wire for the 6-wheel action running through all 3 sets of axle bearers so that they can move together, and those little tabs just want bending up so that the wire will go through. And I think in this one I used 0.7 wire. It's brass wire, and that was about as complicated as it got. And the height of the hole will just make sure that when I've taken the little cusps off, the wire runs all the way across the top of that holding beam and doesn't interfere with that. And then of course, when we're happy with the joints, we can just do a quick twist on these like we have done with this one, and it keeps the rocking irons in place. Yeah. Okay. Good. Good. Right. Any questions on that? What we haven't done, of course, is we haven't fixed the carriers to the right wheelbase, and then trimmed the chassis. So even for the longest 6-wheel coach, it is too long. It needs trimming, but it just demonstrates the flexibility of the chassis, and you can use it for many things. Yeah, it'll come down to, if that's 18, that'll be 16. How close will it go? Wouldn't go in now, it won't come out. There we go. So we've got a little constraint on how far inboard it'll go. So that'll comfortably fit about a 17 feet wheelbase. So you can do 17 feet up to 31 foot. Yeah, so that's quite flexible. But it's a good option for us in as much as we can sell one chassis that fits all the kits we do in the 6-wheel range. Okay. Anybody got any questions on that? Everybody happy? I'm just conscious of time. Whether you're expecting it to finish at 4 o'clock, I don't know. I'm not expecting it to finish any time within the next 20 years. So unless you've got any questions with that, I'm just going to go on to do a bit of painting exercise. Before I do that, if you've been traveling around the exhibition, you will see that we've got a new product listed as well today. And the new product is a platform shelter. So I'm going to use our platform demonstration off the website to show you that. Have you gone? So this is the new item. This is the platform shelter. Okay. And the photos we have show a seat along here and a seat along there, so you can sit hopefully out of a bit of wind when you're waiting for the train. Comes in a kit of parts like this, and you can put it together how you want. And again, as I was saying to people this morning, a lot of our kits come from suggestions from customers. Can we do this and can we do that? Especially in the coach range, but this was one of those. And this was the size that we did, and this apparently fits Bewley, which I think is Great Western. So I can happily announce to you that the Great Western posts on platform canopies are further apart than southern ones, because the southern ones are only 12 feet, and this isn't that big. It's rather bigger. But of course, the nature of what we do, you can take one kit and you can cut it off to the length you want it. So, that would mean cutting it off there, and I can make a platform shelter that go between there, and that might easily be, just a little addition to the range. So you can have one to fit these directly, or you can fit onto your platform. And I guess you don't even need a platform canopy with posts. You can put that on the platform anyway. So there you go. That's a new product for the day. it didn't say on our announcement you were going to get a product announcement, but hey, if other people are doing them, I'm going to do them as well. There you go. Now, the thing I was going to show you about painting was a little bit unusual, rather Heath Robinson. And I don't know as you've seen anybody paint like this before with models. But anyway, we'll have a go. We'll have a go. So this is one coat that I put on yesterday. And it's gone on fairly well. There's no appreciable pickup of the grain. You can feel it's not as silky smooth as the other side was, but that's not a bad thing. But it doesn't stop us wanting to rub it down a little bit. And what I'm going to rub it down with is one of these kitchen scourer, whatever you want. The newer the scourer, the rougher it will be. I have aero and military modeler friends who use them for polishing paintwork. These kitchen scourer things. So they're pretty worn out ones, of course. But let's have a go. We can just give it a quick once over. Just take off any little bits that are raised. But being birch plywood, it's nowhere near as raised as it would be if it was like a softwood or something like that. And I can immediately feel that is, knock off the dusty bits. And immediately feel that is smoother than it was. So it certainly had an effect. Now, whether this will suit purists, I'm not really sure. But everything's a learning journey, so it can be good. It might not be. I did the two ends. Now, one thing you can be sure of with wood, which is different to plastic and metal, that once you've put paint on and it's stuck to the wood, it ain't going to peel off, unless you've got some horrible nasties on there like wood or like oil or grease or something like that on the wood. It's not going to go anywhere. So let me get kitted up, get my gown on, and then I'll show you what I'm going to do. That's a bit of a clue. With this. Now, what I've got here, what I'm going to use is some wood stain. Okay. And as such, it's fairly runny material anyway. If you were going to use it around the house, you would use it neat, and you would use it well. You know, we've recently used it in our house, and we applied it with a sponge. And the thing that you need to do is, I just need to pick that up. Sorry, back in a second. Right. What you need to do is what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you what we're going to do, is we're going to apply it with a sponge, and we're going to use a dry brush to make sure it's evenly distributed. We haven't got any runs, we haven't got any blobs in corners and all that sort of thing. Now the difference, you know, because it's a wood product, it's going to soak in the stain, and it's going to give it an even finish. But the difference between the plastic and metal and so on is that you know, it's going to adopt. It's a what's the word I'm looking for? it's going to soak in. You know, when we're putting paint on plastic and metal, it doesn't soak in. It sits on the surface. It has to adhere to the surface. So what we're doing here is putting something on that is going to soak in, and we'll see how it goes. So this side intentionally has got one coat on, and the other side hasn't. So we were finishing this off this morning, putting the guards ducket on and things like that. But the material that we're using, if you're painting a metal coach, wagon, or plastic one, whatever, you only need to paint it on the outside, because that's all you need to do if that's what you want to do. But what we recommend with the wooden products is that you paint it inside and outside. So you can see we've got a coat of stuff on the inside of there as well, and that's to equalize the uptake of moisture. Okay, to make sure that it's not going to warp and twist because it's wet on one side, taking moisture in on the other side, and it's sealed on the other side. So that's important to make sure that we do both sides. Okay. Okay. What was the primer used yesterday? Robbie's asking. So primer on this one. So
Yes, on that one.
sorry.
Yes, what was on the other side of that one that you put on yesterday?
Right. So what we've done is I didn't paint this side so that you could see it being painted today, but on the inside and this, I used exactly the same thing as we're going to use now. So I'm going to show you this with one coat on, and I'm going to put a second coat on here that I did yesterday, so that you can see that is sort of a fairly dull sort of browny colour, and that's because it's sort of gone into the wood. And what I'm not going to get done today, but what I'm going to hope to show you is that the more coats you put on, the shinier that surface will get. And I guess if you're trying to properly emulate a teak surface, then you know, not this stage, but after the second coat, before the third coat, you might feel as though you want to dry brush some red and yellow in, something to make it look a little bit more colourful. This is sort of a fairly dull at the minute, but equally this could be, you know, a weathered teak sort of colour, couldn't it? So if you've been joining us during the day, you'll see I've got my favourite little tool out again, which is a Pringles lid. Very difficult to recycle, so I help people out by they don't have to recycle them. And what I've got in here is I think it's called antique oak saddling wood stain. Okay, and I've got a little sponge here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some on the sponge, and you'll see it sort of goes in fairly readily, and I'm going to sort of dry it off on there a little bit and set off. So this is just putting one coat on this side, which we didn't do yesterday. And I guess, you know, for me, this is the nature of the material and the nature of the product that I'm putting on, that I don't feel as though I'm being slapdash. I just feel as though I'm using the right method for getting the right material into the right places. It might seem a little bit, if you're used to using a brush and an airbrush and things like that, it's certainly not the sophistication of that, but it's doing the job. It's doing the job. Have we still got Nigel there? What when you did your coach, Nigel? You painted it, didn't you? Was there a reason that you chose to paint it rather than stain it? I feel a little bit risky here, really, just doing these
Hi there.
in public. It's
Hi,
right.
Anthony.
Hello.
How's your day been? All right.
Yeah, it's good.
That's good.
I seem to be getting through lots of things, and I seem to be on time, which is, well, except for coming back from lunch, which is a bit of a surprise, really. But
Good.
and what I'm just doing now is I'm doing some dry brushing around all the joints to make sure there's stain that's gone into all the joints, and I've got no runs and no thick bits and stuff like that. So it's all a little bit not uneven, but it's all a little bit random, which is sort of what wood is, isn't it? I guess when they were putting 8 coats of varnish on the teak and whatever else, they were trying to get a uniform finish on it, but at the end of the day there was some protection there as well, wasn't there? Right, okay.
The reason why I didn't put the why I applied paint is because I did them as North Eastern Railway and not as L&EL. So here's one we prepared earlier.
So is that what they? Oh, okay.
So
I thought you painted them a wood colour.
No.
Okay.
No.
Apologies.
Crimson Lake. But the only thing I would have liked to have done with this is to put more paint on, just to reduce the amount of grain. That it's still very grainy on the side of the model. But
right, because you were painting it, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe, like you were saying about getting some to soak in, and yeah, it just needed building up a bit. But it's a lovely model. It looks the part.
You can get. I mean, I know years and years ago, anyway, when we were doing model airplanes and all that sort of stuff, you could get things like sanding sealer, which was doing that, filling the grain in and stuff like that. I guess the problem with that is that if we've got so much molding detail, it's actually getting in between to be able to sand it back again, isn't it?
When I was painting those, I used a fiberglass pen to just take it back a bit. It's not easy.
Quite detail then.
It's not easy, but certainly I really like the way these are constructed. The wooden construction is great, and it's as they were built, of course, which is the thing that attracts me to it.
Yeah. Well, it's always sort of. I mean, whatever of our kits, really, it's always been our philosophy that it was wood on the railway, then it's wood sort of thing, you know.
Exactly. God.
Right.
I'm dismantling my display now.
It feels just like a real exhibition, doesn't it? I mean,
Actually,
you set up time and you knock down time.
Yeah, it's been really nice because we've had a lot of chats today. It's been a lot of discussion about different modelling techniques and everything. So I hope you've had a good day. I've enjoyed it. It's been a worthwhile experience.
I've had a lot of quiet people. I mean, you know, I've invited you to unmute and ask questions and stuff. Richard's been a little bit more.
It's 17 hours.
Disciplined.
I've had that.
With, you know, but people have been quite reluctant to ask questions, really.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm doing here is I'm just sort of dot and dabbing it, stuff like that, just to make sure that I can see. I'm holding it up to the light at the same time, and just to make sure that was that the second side or the first side? I've lost count now. That was the second side. Well,
oh, sorry.
Okay, so the first coat on the plain side seems as though it's gone on fairly well. So I'm just going to see what happens. Get on and get some more in there.
Can I ask?
We can have a dry brush and level it all out and see what it looks like.
Can I just ask about the
I can
stain?
see there's a bit of a sheen building up there. I don't know what you can see on your cameras. Sorry.
Sorry, can I just ask about the stain? Is that as it is straight out of the tin, or have you let it down with some white spirit or something?
Okay, so good question. I meant to say it earlier and I skipped onto something else. So this is saddling out of the tin, as available UK market specification, whatever else, blah blah blah. Now, what I made sure, because we've had some, I'll tell you sometime. What I made sure was that this was spirit based and not water based. So what I've done here, I'm just going to paint the bottom. Having said to everybody you ought to paint both sides, I realise I haven't painted the bottom. So this is spirit based saddling, and I've watered it down. Well, what I did was I tried to fill this little jug up, this little container up, and it was seven pipettes of saddling to 2 of white spirit. So it was watered down a bit, but not a huge amount. Because we'd already got experience of using it in the house, I knew it was already sort of a runny material, and it didn't need much encouraging to form into blobs and runs and stuff like that. But I did think for what we're using it for, the extra bit of watering down will be good and help it to soak in and all that sort of stuff. So that's not done too bad.
Thanks for that.
That's okay. Sorry, just keep telling me if I'm not in front of the camera. Right, so that can go over there, that can go over there. A quick wipe up. And we just have a brush over. So how many coats of paint did you put on that, Nigel? I think he's gone. Right, so I think I should have been a little bit more patient with this first coat, because it's behaving like I put a thick first coat on rather than it's soaked in. It looked like it had soaked in and gone dull, and it was ready for another coat, but it looks as though I was a little bit ambitious with that. Anyway, we're trying to do this dry brushing thing, which should take any surplus off, so that's might come back to that one again.
A message to unmute, so I did so.
Am I on mute? No.
No, I had a message on my screen to unmute.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
So I did. And I also did a question, but it failed for some reason.
Oh no, I think I can see something. Primer. Yeah, next exhibition, Gareth. Yeah. Well, I can't imagine when that's going to be. Can you?
2023.
No, that's not my question. That must be another.
Oh, it's not your question. Sorry.
To Gareth.
I wanted to ask, did the prototype have wooden sole bars? It is made in wood.
Right. Okay. So I believe that the answer is yes. I did ask the question of the North Eastern Railway Association before we brought out the soul bar kit. So
Yeah.
I believe the answer is yes.
Oh, right.
Am I sharing screen, Richard?
No, you're on screen. You're just on screen view, Anthony. So when somebody asks a question, they take over.
Right. Okay. Well, no, I was just gonna say if I was on share screen view, I've got some photos of prototypes that we could maybe have a look at. That was all.
I can give. I can allow you the. I can allow. I can grant you co-host if you want to do it. Right. Okay. Yeah. You've got it over from John. So you can share screen if you now want to.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to just before I leave this. It's just the nature of the material. I think we've got a sort of a bit of a patch there where it sort of goes
different shade.
Different shade. Yeah. So I'm just going to see if I can dab on a bit of extra something to help mask that. Because the recent household experience we've had with this is painting stairs and spindles, and one of our neighbours builders said to us very helpfully, "Oh, you'll need at least 12 coats, but you've got to put it on and take it off, and then judge where you put it each time." And I thought, yeah, fine, okay. Now, if you're doing pine spindles, it works a lot easier than that, I can assure you. But it looks like we're going to need to do something like that on here, doesn't it? Interesting. Right. Okay. It was only an experiment, so there we go. What was I going to do? Oh, I was going to look at those wooden soul bars, wasn't I? Okay. Has anybody else got any questions about what we've been building? Is everybody happy with what they've seen? Before we start scooting around? Lost my mouse along all this. At least I didn't paint it or glue it down. Right. Let's have a look. Hey, the power. I switch to that. Okay, so we're sort of back with a broad view. If anybody wants to see anything, ask any questions about any of the diorama things, loco boxes, anything like that, just please do ask. And I'll leave you there for a second while I go and see if I can find some pictures of these coaches that our friend was asking about. Exit full screen view. Yeah, minimize that. You can still see me, I guess, but shortcut. Okay. Right. So where's my little zoom gone? There. So how do I get back to? Oh, Richard, help me.
What do you want to do, John? Anthony?
So I've got me in a little box at the bottom. Oh, what happens if I do right?
If you want to share screen, you need to go on the toolbar at the bottom of the screen and click on the green square that says share screen.
Yeah, but I was successfully minimizing the Zoom section. So, there we go. Right, okay, with you. Yeah, excellent. There was a button, but it just needed to be found. Share screen. Okay, so if I share that one, share.
Yeah.
So you should be seeing a bundle of bits and pieces.
Yeah, a load of icons of images.
Yeah. Okay. So let's have a look at this one. 100%. 200. No, we're not really getting a good idea for you there, are we, Gareth? Well, I guess this buffer stock at the end here, look, with this characteristic northeastern shape, is a good clue.
Yeah.
What else have we got? There we go. This is the one we want. So this came to me from the Northeastern Association when I was inquiring about details about these particular coaches.
I see.
So I can only assume that, as well as wooden buffers, at the time these coaches were built, there were wooden stocks on it, and presumably to go with these wooden sole bars and underframe.
Right. That's astounding. Wooden buffers.
Sorry. Yeah, absolutely. And I think I would have to go and dig for it, and you're quite happy to ask me at some point in the future. I think this photograph was dated something like 1953 when they went to salvage it for the association. Yeah. So it had survived up until, it survived 70 odd years with wooden buffers.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't it? They look in good condition.
Maybe it's steel or iron.
The piston looks as though it's steel. It looks as though there's a backing plate behind the front buffer pad, which is timber.
Yeah, there does.
The shaft looks like steel, but then there is a plate and another wooden buffer to bang up against as the piston goes back, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But the whole lot behind it has got great cracks and gaps in it, which is obviously timber.
Yeah. But it is. You're right. It's shaped so that the two go together as a matching pair, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fascinating. I don't think
you might not be able to see it very well, but in this magazine, there's a Northeastern Railway vehicle behind the front of the locomotive.
Let me. I don't think there's anything else on there. Those are the clerestory ones and stuff like that. Let me. If I do that and come back to you, and then. Sorry, where are you, Beth? Oh yeah. No, I can see that.
Is that the same diagram, do you think, or is it a different sort altogether?
Oh, it could be anything, couldn't it? It's like it's 1.5 compartments, isn't it? You can see, that's all.
Yes.
But it looks very similar.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Well,
very similar.
Anthony, you've got a question from Bill Dunseth.
Right. Okay. I'm back on questions then. Just a second. Right now, somewhere along the lines, I've done something that's made sure that the chat's gone small on the other screen. Let's have a look. Bill, what's Bill said? A question about the chassis, Anthony. I bought one of your kits 9 months ago, and I wonder if you've updated the instructions since then. Probably, Bill. Is there any chance of making it? Well, we have updated them. Drop me an email. You're very welcome to have a copy of the latest instructions. I forget when we updated them. Maybe April or May. Yeah, please do drop us an email, and I'll send you a new copy of instructions. And if you think there are any other clarifications needed, please ask, because the only way I can improve is with feedback from customers. So yeah, please let us know. Yeah, well, Bill, anybody that's still listening, I'm a modeler as well, so I understand the challenges and I try and anticipate them with the instructions, but sometimes you just get a little bit too close. I've invented the way it goes together. I know the way it goes together, and you can get too close and you assume people know what you do automatically. So yeah, try not to fall into that trap, but inevitably it happens. Please let us know. And having dug out the soldering iron, we never actually used it in the end, did we? The holding and folding was enough. Never mind. There's always tomorrow. And I was worried about melting the cutting mat, so. Right.
Anthony, sir, my boss lady has arrived back with the rest of the family, so I'm under a summons order to appear.
I did see that, John. I hope you've enjoyed it, and thanks very much for being there.
No, thank you. I had so little to do as a co-host. I was just there learning like everyone else, but it was great. Thank you. So I'm brilliant.
Well, we were a bit fearful that inviting people to come off mute to ask questions would have just sort of bombarded us with loads of noise, and I think we were maybe a little bit overcautious. I'm not sure.
I think it was a case of we didn't quite know what to expect.
Exactly.
And we've had intervention questions off chat from one or two folks. It does break up the image. The only thing is it breaks up the image because we're on speaker view, and that person then becomes the main visible.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Which is not the best. But then you get a thing like Gareth wanting to share a picture with you, and there was the guy earlier on wanted to show you the coach that he painted.
Yeah.
And Neil came on. But it does tend to break up the thing. It's not as happily interactive as sitting around a table at a show and having a discussion. And I think it's something we've got to sort of.
Yeah.
And I think also an important, it depends on the presenter, because you are very happy you're doing what you're doing, and you could be answering questions and talking as well, and you're absolutely fine with it. There are some people whose immediate reaction would be, I'm trying to do something, why are you talking? I can't do both at the same time. Different people, different reactions. So I think maybe we need to, the presenters can be a bit more flexible in telling us what's best for you. Yeah.
No, it's true. It's true, John. I mean, I think if you do that, you probably shouldn't be doing this anyway. But I was conscious this morning and a little bit this afternoon as well that when I was needing to focus on things, when I was needing to concentrate, then I went a little bit quiet. And I'm not sure how that came across really.
You'll have to have some appropriate music that you can play in periods of concentration. A slow drum roll or something. You're building up to a crescendo as you deliver the answer.
Yeah, but that's got to be induced intuitively, hasn't it? Because you break the spell as soon as you think, oh, okay, I'll just put a bit of music on. You just broke the spell, haven't you? You know. So, yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's like
I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing.
If you think you've been quiet for a long time, it's the same if you watch your video afterwards. If you count to 10 and it's quiet, you think that's a long time. When you watch it, people hardly notice. It'll seem, when you watch the video, you'll think, oh, I wasn't that quiet. I was just a little bit for a moment. We were watching what you were doing, and it made any difference. It was great.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll have to go because
Right.
lovely she is. She's a great friend.
Thank you, John. Thanks for everything. Take care, mate. All the best.
Cheers, everybody.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, no, I think I was sort of pleasantly surprised that I got through what I got through, Richard. It was either going to go, I mean, maybe we lost 10 minutes, quarter of an hour when we were messing about with the sides, when I forgot to follow the instructions. But I think we've filled the rest of the time fairly well, haven't we?